one on the counter. But he's able to get the both of them back.
These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just a minute 30, Outlast Black still got to do some more. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on a polar attack, and then even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky, doesn't even need the smokes. 2 to lay, and it's a triple.
Oh my god!
You just don't check the angle they just died from.
Castle to push him off of Solar, but in doing that,
Control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting at the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man down. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Deity and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to by Deity as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds one onto Schleim. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the future safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on this Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one of the Sentier. The Ying's gonna go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Heisen has been dealt with, that's the bakery player now dead, and a flank down to White Stairs catches Inrio. Poison does well to find 1 kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second though. What are 1HP doing? They've lost the fuser in the middle of bakery, and they have no idea what Poison is. They have no more eye track scanners, and Aerial Rise just have all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Enscape wins the round.
Dying.
he lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys? And
Directly duel this player inside of control hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on Takiru, as now it's the 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses. And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps 1. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is
retake. They've got sight. Didi's gonna drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? He's gotta make a lot happen here. He's gotta get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. I think he's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully, but there's still 2 players you gotta watch out for. You got one above, you got one towards the staircase, and I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swings, that's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival, 14 HP. The diffuse begins. Does he get the sound key? Yes, he does. Here comes the Chow. He doesn't see him. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's safe. He's gotta go. No!
Much time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's going to get the pick on the Beano from the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer. We got the bomb down. The Packer's going to be hiding in the round spot, but Cassia wins it. He forgets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 corner.
And now they're going to drop down into the fireplace and hopefully go.
Some chaos from above. Look at it. The wood floor is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever you are, says Enrio and Snake. Poison's just kind of watching, and he might be able to stop in there. It's now 3v3, Deity dropping. Look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain, so they're going to have to also get in towards site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop into the window, and you're going to get shut down, boys. See you later, Alligator, JJ, the captain. It's 5-1, it's halftime, and JJ, the man at the app.
and Zonky's the one to win 1, win 2. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No, JJ's there to avoid.
Dreadmine as well. Poison fighting his demons. Gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. It's immediately refragged. Only 10 seconds left. Smokes continue to fly out through Blues. On such low HP, Giddy gets another one as well. All of them to Inrio. He finds one. He's trying to go for this last pick.
GP knows there's not going to be a time to be able to res him. However, don't count J Hitman out just yet. Making it a 1v1 of Broncos, don't make it an ace. The C4 narrowly misses J Pistol, put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in his chest. J Hitman with the ace.
In this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick. He is off of it. He's gonna get two. If he can get a third here, that's massive. And he almost fouls us all of them to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Tor deny the back-to-back championship, deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2, 3-2.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. But they know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds two. Third kill for Space. Make it a fourth. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves one map away from the...
Stop this part from going down. It doesn't look like going to plant. It's fully down from the attackers, but it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Alex gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. Blitz, Mike W gets one, he gets two! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a third! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all this stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh.
Window and no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill. Finally gonna be cleared there from Jogs on the Ram, and here comes the Amaro. It's gonna be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. He ult immediately. I mean,
Pick, and we might see Thermite go down to a Legion, but he does get finished off.
At Cricket, but they will again have the kite.
The hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're getting a little talk.
B3, technically, the Wamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. 2v3 comes out. Never mind, and making it 2v1, that Wamai does get finished off. And it's going to be Mr. Ions, who I've seen play a bunch of times. Ions is an amazing player. He's going to swing out from the glove, and oh my god! Let him know, Ions, holy crap.
Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top pro, wins that fight against Inrio, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets Rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Daniel has to defend up against both Scary and Scoop. But as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace, and it was for Scoop. Completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away. Potentially have an opening. Vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with, and one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab, naded, and finished off.
I don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. The Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Gamers.
They already know where his position is. Fluffy Gamers.
Sectors, what's going on here? Now,
towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed out, pushed back, and he's gonna be shredded out. Flurry kills, starts to slow down a little bit, but it just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining, the plant going down, and one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly turned out from Snake, and goodbye Makers, and Ariel, welcome to the grand final.
Revive Kiru, bring things back to a 1 versus 2, but that Boss G gonna be very dangerous, especially with that shot onto Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch with the
Might be playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills, it starts to slow down a little bit, but
seconds remaining. The plant going down is one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly triggered out from Snake. And goodbye, Maker.
Him. As Twist is also just trying to get what little Vert he can done with that DMR. One player's down, but two fall to his D4. Yes, now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2 effectively, a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiri up. And now, any and all gaps they can have to get into the site are, well, they're going to be difficult.
Get the kill.
Oh, the
3v3,
timing!
3v2 post play. Yeah, Diffuser down, but they need the kills. Rhyonix now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor of Rhyonix. He can watch it from above, but he drops down. Water dies. Rhyonix now in a 1v1.
No way.
Tuz getter inside a Teller's shotgun is going to be preferable here for Rhyonix. He needs to get this going. The castle looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Rhyonix now holding behind the shower stall. They are
This is
just running in
insane.
circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Rhyonix needs to kill. He'll get it. Invictus come.
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. Smith is going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. With 10 seconds to go, Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression. He might have waited too long, is now on 0 seconds left. He's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser. And like his Empire have booked their ticket to the Blitz.
Player down, but they do manage to at least find one. The leader is going to be toasting. Found one, finds 2. He could make this happen. One of them is down. Both are down. Actually, feels so down. He can just find the first. What happened?
Blue Line will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, no one's been dusted, but man oh man, Shrady's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines aside of everybody, and there it is, but you're trying to get in if you're Space. The timing's just not right. You win both! 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous...
Dami able to get back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. One toxic tape still available for the smoke. There will rise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. That you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The low HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12. The 2 players remain for Phantom Legion. They've got a Lion Scan that's freezing them in place. Here comes up with the swing. He still has some plus over to the side of the map. Might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's going to swing. He's feeling the heat. And now the sides are going to switch. Epic now controls the outer area. As the offense is now inside. He just can completely go back into the spawn. What's going on?
My God, 2 players. The man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2. He almost gets the 3rd. All he has to get is 1 more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3, denying that point to Fluffy Aimer.
Range is between 0% and 5%. Black
Phantom Legion, and now it's all down to dead in a 1v2. 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse from Phantom Legion. They're gonna make this work happen. Oh, and a great pick there to rival. That was the start player shutdown. Dead has full HP, but Lena only has 16, and the free fire comes through and Hush clutch it up. It's a collapse for Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind this is
deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1. A 1v1! Triple kill! Can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait. The C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the Gate clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Rai. He just had to land the free fire, but the C4 forces him out the position. 4-1 to Fluffy Aimers. My bad. And we do head on to the next round. This is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
Hitting bullets are something that can really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave the first sign of danger, not even getting to these fixating kills himself yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a cross fire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. The asphyxiating bolt goes out, but it's going to have no impact as Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50. He's going to go down instead, but his teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said he had the Midas touch. I think has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one Kiva barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Core are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can to get.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Blitz Gaming. It's a beautiful Saturday, and we got a beautiful 2 sets of best of 3s. It's your boy T-Van, joined by the wonderful Holy here. Holy, how you feeling, my man?
Dude, I'm feeling really good. I'm excited to get back into casting, man.
Well, I'm happy to have you here. I'm excited to cast with you, and I'm excited to watch some Rainbow Six Siege X here today with you. And we could already just row right into the bracket to take a look at the games that we're going to be watching here today. Again, these are going to be best of 3s, and in the promotional section that you can see on your screen right now, the upper ones are the ones we're watching right now. Mouse 1 versus Team Sesh. Holy, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Dude, I'm actually really excited for this matchup. Both are really good, strong teams right now, and they are both really just powerful players on each team. And I'm excited to see who will bring it out. I think it'll be a fun game. I think it'll be a close game. You know, I don't really have like a full one side or the other. It could go either way.
I completely agree. And Prod already giving us a little sneak peek about what I was about to transition us into really quick. Well, not yet. We actually are going to take a look at those rosters. Like you said, some very competitive teams going into it. First off, taking a look at Mouse 1, seeing the players that we're going to be watching for quite a while. God, I love that you guys do headshots here. I love it. We got Trist, we got Seinfeld, we got Perseus, we got Bonk, and Scuda.
Yeah, no, powerful roster right there, especially Seinfeld and Perseus, in my opinion. Both are really good, strong players. Haven't seen much of Bonk or Scuda or Trist, but, you know, I know Seinfeld, I know Perseus, and they're both really strong players.
I think taking a look at their opponents here, it's going to be TK, it's going to be Valino, it's going to be Millie, Badger, and Frozen, the good old Team Sesh lads.
Love these headshots, love these headshots. I'm excited to see Millie play with Team Sesh. I haven't seen him since Turtle Tactics when he was on that team. And also, I'm excited to see Badger. I think Badger's a sleeper pick here.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Team Sesh has been looking really solid so far in the tournament. I mean, obviously, it is still only round 3. So, like, you know, they've been trucking along, but they've been looking really solid. So is Mouse 1. So I'm... As you are excited, I'm also excited to see how this matchup goes, and I mean, it's just going to be all up to the map bands here. Taking a look, again, best of 3, no more BO1s, and it's going to be Cafe as the first map, chosen by Team Sesh, which previously in their most recent match, their last BO1, they did win on Cafe. It was a 7-4 victory. And then Consulate and Chalet being the other 2 maps. Holy, how are you feeling about these? Like, what's kind of popping out at you at first?
Honestly, what's popping out first is all really defender sided. You know, you have Cafe that is still pretty heavy defender sided. I mean, even in the new map ban, like the ban system that's out, still heavy defender sided, but it's leaning a little bit more attacker in my opinion. But same with Consulate and Chalet. They're all defender sided. So really, whoever is going to get that defense should take an early lead out here.
Completely agree. And also, we were talking about it before, but Team Sesh having a little bit of a change in roster, a little bit of a gentleman's agreement and handshake with real tactics, bringing Millie to the table. I'm excited to see what kind of mix-ups Millie might be able to showcase, and might just be that last puzzle piece that Team Sesh needs to qualify for Blitz here. This is, again, promotion series to get to the playoffs, to join teams like, you know, the wonderful Space Tubes that everyone knows. A lot of big names over there. They've got 2 more best of 3 series, including this one, to get into that. And it all starts here at Cafe, good old Russian hotel. I gotta ask, Holy, what is your just pocket pick, like, prediction of this series, of this map, and then the series as a whole?
You know, honestly, I think we go 2-1 on Mouse 1 side, though. That's my pocket pick, actually.
Ooh.
I think we see an early lead from Sesh on this map, on Cafe, and then I actually think we see Mouse 1 bring it back and 2-0 the next 2 maps.
Ooh.
That's my prediction.
That's spicy. I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna say like a 2-0 Team Sesh. I think Cafe's gonna be I think Cafe's gonna be a little bit of a, maybe not a wipe, but Team Sesh definitely like a 7-4, 7-5 win. And then I think double, like full extended overtime on Consulate. Like, I think it's gonna be one of those maps where it's like no one can get the tertiary site, and then overtime, and then whoever got the overtime for defense might win Consulate, and maybe that's Team Sesh. But who knows? I'm excited. Me personally.
Yeah.
I'm pumped. What are you most excited to see here on Cafe? Like, what are some like bans that you want to see pulled out? Like, obviously we're CJX, we get the new ban system. What are some things that you've been able to discover as you've been playing, and as well as watching, and you know, some spicy tech? Maybe leak some tech for us.
Well, I have noticed a lot of hard breaches actually getting banned. A lot of people are also trying to stay away from the shields, and we're actually going to get a no ban for the Team Sesh's attack from Mouse 1. Yeah, that might be some hidden tech, you know, not really, you know, put too much pressure on them. You know, let them get a little comfortability, you know? I do love the Zombie ban. Zombie is a great hold on Cigar, and just to get that early presence out there is amazing. And then, yes, we do see the shield ban come out. I'm surprised we didn't go for the Blackbeard, but, you know, I'd rather see who I'm shooting than not see with the Blitz flashes.
According to chat, BB was supposed to be their first ban. Hopefully, yeah, I was going to say, hopefully we just, like, GA that gentleman's agreement and rock and roll. Because, personally, I just want to watch the map. I don't want to go to a pause. I don't want to rehost. Guys, we can be adults and remember that's Blackbeard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like we can do that.
Defenders, protect your
yeah, right? And that's getting 2 shields off the board anyways. You know, they're going to have to do Monty pushes. Monty's not that great anymore with the whole shield break now. You can kind of just keep hitting him and he eventually dies, like we saw JJ do to Canadian yesterday in NAL.
Yeah. Oh, I remember a little too much about that performance from JJ. There's some certain cameras that were
some traumatic responses to it now.
Yeah, that I had to look at it again on Twitter. I was like, man, I didn't want to see.
Oh yeah, no. All over Twitter. Everyone
it was everywhere. Well, speaking of that shield break and also that Monty, it's interesting to see that Oryx is being picked. Obviously, you know, there's a lot more reasons to pick Oryx, especially for runouts that Cafe has in mind, but also it helps with facing a Monty. Just be able to push him to the ground. Surprised to not see any sort of clash. Well, I'm actually more surprised that it's Triss to be able to just get a really easy frag.
Wow, yeah, no. They're showing no respect right now. You know, Triss is spawn picking, Triss is subbing in for Mouse 1. And he's showing them no respect at all. He's swinging them. He's letting them know he's here to play.
And you know, like, he might as well be here to play, as he is also repping Envy. Good old JJ, as we were just barely. Oh my god.
Oh. Alright.
Unlucky. Hey, you know what? We all die to a breach charge from time to time. That might have been a frag from TK. Honestly, I couldn't really tell. But Scuda, very far away from his teammates to be able to get help. And the siege of Team Sesh is just continuing on. Scuda is able to be picked up from his teammate. But it's a really spread out defense here from Mouse 1. And I don't know if Team Sesh really has a full understanding of what they're up against.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're definitely slowing down and taking time to get info on these players. As they saw, they joined out that Goyo. Wow. DK with the scooter pick, I think from West? Yeah, West. Okay, yeah, see, they're still gathering this info right now.
Oh, Unfo's gonna just take up Millie. That's an easy frag back. Again, though, it just feels like these are just weird picks going on to repels, and as Team Sesh is going in, though, you might be able to finally pick up some space. It's Badger leading the charge here, already in Cigar, but it's Oryx coming in. Not gonna be picked up from Badger's cross. This is gonna be aware of that position, but is he aware of the player closer to Piano? Crouch from CS, and Frozen is able to be picked up. Triss is looking for a second, and he finds it. 3 overall in the round, and now it's the Sharks of Foe trying to find Badger. Do they know he's top red? Triss is gonna try and find it, as he is finding 3, and
Wow.
there's his 4th. An easy kill
That's a
for the
nice
MV
shot.
player, and a beautiful shot from the Goyo. Oof.
Oof. You know, that was a beautiful defense. They got aggro, they got their picks, and then also they pulled back. You know, you saw the Goyo, he went for another spawn peek, but at the same time, he pulled it back, was kind of playing downstairs with his other roamer. I believe that was Seinfeld down below. And then eventually when they lost a pick upstairs, he came back upstairs. You know, Triss kind of walked around the map. You know, he made his presence known kind of everywhere and kind of put a sense of pressure on the attacking team.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Also, just a lot of kills being thrown out from either side. It seems that this might be showing up to be a pretty messy kind of best of 3. Something that, you know, you can kind of start to tell, especially in the first round or two, is are these teams going to kind of throw themselves at each other and make it a TDM kind of style game, or is this going to be a very strategic, very slow kind of game? So far, it seems both teams are willing to take fights early on. And you know what, Holy? To me, that just makes the series more exciting. I get to yap more and yell more, and so I'm excited about it. And that's kind of the fun of Cafe as well.
Oh yeah, Cafe being a hunt map where you just send your people to clear out that one person or that one extension. It looks like another spawn pick from Triss really quick. I'm gonna shut up and let you take over on this guy.
Well, you know, it's just gonna be a 50-50. And it's gonna be, yeah, it's, nah. Well, you got it.
He's scared.
It's someone else. I was gonna say, everyone on Mouse One, I'm pretty sure, is spawn peeking, and Perseus is the one to get the frag. There's another player outside of Brownstairs that might be able to be the next victim of Perseus. The full window being knocked. Sees barely the back of Buck. It's a lot of bees there. But Millie will be backing out of that situation and not allowing Perseus to get another frag.
A thing I'd like to point out really quick is looking at Team Sesh's lineup, they're actually running no, like, genuine hard breacher. They most likely have the cans on the Sense, and unfortunately he got first picked, but they're running no hard breacher because a lot of people are banning hard breachers. A lot of people are banning Ace, Thermite, and so this makes me think.
Perseus might have a freebie. Yep.
Wow.
Oh, that was easy.
Wow.
Back of the head. A great bait there from Scuda. But like you said, no hard breach. They're kind of running out of options here. Sens was kind of the crux of their comp as well. I believe that they're just going to try and go for a horizontal take with those Sen smokes. And now with Perseus still in the lurk, Foe as well, I mean, what can they do? Oh my god. Well, it's Perseus finding a third. That's what they're going to do. Badger and Velino trying to find this laundry player, but it's Perseus once again able to run away. Velino finding Foe, though. And Perseus knocked a pretty low HP. Velino is going to continue to search, but it's Badger to find a second. It's a 2v2 now. All of a sudden, maybe winnable. 4v2 to 2v2, and it's Velino, though, being found from top heaven of Trist. And Badger, literally 0 HP here with the F2. Gotta make a miracle happen if they want to keep themselves at an even playing field. Probably going to be a 2-0 for Mouse One, however. This seems like a very difficult round to be able to piece back together. Badger does have some smokes, though, to be able to play 1v1 isolations, but with the tear that Trist2G has been finding, I don't know if that can really be stopped. One shot from the Type 2 also going to be enough to send Badger to the grave, but Badger with a headshot! All of a sudden it might be winnable. Diffuser going down with 30 seconds remaining. He doesn't need to go for it. It's actually a bait! It's a hop up! It's Badger finding the head! And it's going to be Team Sesh finding their first round.
What did I say about Badger before coming in here? That's going to be a sleeper pick right there, and he just proved me right. Clutching that on such low HP with Twitch F2 is just beautiful. Beautiful. Those are beautiful shots. He played it very well. He went and took his ISO 1 pick on the guy's site. He knew Goyo was third floor, gonna go down red side, and he took that gunfight to the Frost. And, you know, unfortunately, the Frost didn't get his shot off in time, but you gotta respect Badger for that clean in.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yeah, I
the
mean,
bomb.
that bro's cooking. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't doubting you, but I didn't think that he would be cooking that hard. Like, pretty much a 1v3. Pretty solid. We'll take it. Alright. I was gonna call him a white boy and be like, alright, white boy, go off. I don't know if he's like, I don't remember for the roster cams, I'm not gonna lie, so I'll have to...
He looked a little white, got a little bit tan on him, you know?
Yeah, I haven't done my research enough on people. So people speak to other people to say something like that. I'll have to. Alright, guys. My next BGS stream, I'll make sure to do more research before I say anything like that. But speaking of research changes here, Monty and Sense. Oh my God, Trick! Please don't do it. Or Triss, don't do it again. Please, man. Oh, it might be successful. I don't know who that is. It might. Ooh, it's Frozen. A lion. Okay, it's falling off. Holy break! You got a little bit of time before they fight again. You talked here.
So they're obviously doing an aggressive roam. You know, they're leaving Frost in sight. They're letting the Vigil. Well, he was roam. Now he's just kind of running around looking for picks. I honestly think Mouse One is taking get as many picks and get in these guys' faces kind of play style. You know, make them back up. While Sesh, the other side is looking for a Monty push Bakery. They want to clear out this Warden Bakery. They want to get him out of there and just take that out of the face. Try and push him back to Freezer side. I love the Monty pick. I love the Sense pick, especially because it counteracts the Warden. And then, you know, Lion, I don't really see the pick, you know, slow down some of these plays for sure, yeah, but you also have the Vigil, so until that pick's down, you have the Vigil and Mute. Until those are down, it's not worth it.
With the Lion scan and the assault on a Scuda, it's all up to Perseus to be able to support, and that support comes in easily from Small Bake. Scuda able to find the secondary support behind the Monty, and now their primary assault is all being knocked away as Perseus finds Valino. All up to Badger and Frozen. They're the tertiary and secondary hits, and Badger finds the first. That's the Vigil from Small Bake. Couple Lion scans to be able to point out some of these players as they continue to go forward. It's Frozen to find Scuda, finally. They get that Bakery player out. They get the Small Bakery player out. Now can they get into the site? Frozen and Badger are able to slow down. They got a minute 15 to play with.
They're going to take those picks and reset for sure. Scuda with a crazy whiff on the SMG 11, which, I mean, SMG 12, sorry. Don't blame him there at all for recoil mishaps.
Well, speaking of recoil, Frost SMG doesn't have any. It's just an easy headshot on a Frozen, and Badger, once again at 0 HP, but doesn't have the F2 this time. It's a 417, the other twitched gun, actually. But this time on Sens, and this time, Trist is going to jiggle that corner easily and get the free heady.
I mean, Mouse One's looking good. They're taking the gunfights to them. They're playing off each other. Sesh is looking very solo. That Monty was alone, and that's why he got shot in the back of the head from Small Bake, you know? I'm excited to see what a ban comes out from here. I actually really think they might honestly just target ban the Goyo, but they also at the same time haven't really tried to clear it. They brought the Twitch one round down Badger, and there's the Goyo Monty ban. All shields gone. Goyo's gone on the defense. I actually really like the Goyo ban, especially because 20 seconds of fire, there's 4 of them, and Triss is just floating on him. Triss is honestly shitting on these guys with him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like it's more of a ban of getting Trist away from a Vector ACOG than the fire itself. Like, I mean, yeah, the fire does help, but I mean, that guy's just hitting heads. Like, it's just not fair.
Bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, right. He's just putting down his utility. He's putting it down great utility too, and then running around. Like, it doesn't matter if he dies. It doesn't matter how many picks he gets. That utility is gonna stay around, and that's why they're getting him out. Now he has to kind of focus on staying alive to like keep using these goo mines. They might actually do a mute box extension here, which was what I'm thinking with the castle, and that's actually a really strong hold. I like that hold. I love mute box. I play it sometimes. It's a fun hold. It's terrifying sometimes, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like one of those, like it feels like you're just under. It's like when you roam for the first time in like a scrim, and you hear like 5 drones coming at you, and then there's a lion scan and a Dokubi call, and it's like terrifying. I feel like that's like Box, same thing. But I am curious about where this Ying and Capitao are gonna go. To me, that also screams like a cocktail side take. Being able to, I was gonna say Ying most likely having the Ying shotgun, which is becoming really popular. We've been seeing it happen in NAL. We saw it at Rio with Reload. And also just, I don't know, the talk of the town, in my opinion. A lot of players I've talked to love this Ying shotgun recently.
Oh yeah,
they just take over CS with it.
It's a beautiful shotgun for sure. You gotta thank Spirits for putting everybody onto that shoddy. But I agree, you know, the cocktail rush does look like it's going to happen. Maybe they'll try and look for a pick, you know, open up some phantom pressure, get info on the roamers, and see where they can try and get a pick at. Before they make this exit. You know, just make it more advantage to them.
Yeah, they can take their time, like you said. TK with the sledge, able to just slow down the round, open up these castle barricades on the windows that are for free and amazing, being found, I believe, from a run out. Millie picking that up. They have a really great drone here. The frag is going to make Scooter in an awkward situation, especially when he's trying to flick the rappel player. The frag is able to clean it up. Once again, they're able to just get some more time to locate all the players before they swing in.
Yeah, they're taking those picks, and I believe that's actually one of the first rounds they've had an opening pick on. Even on the other round that they won, I believe that is their first round with opening pick. Don't mark me on that, but that's from what I remember. And they're gonna slow down, wait for them to get over aggro because they know they need a man advantage. Triss, you know, is gonna overswing. It's kind of how he's been playing right now, so they're slowing down. They're letting them come to them.
Try to bait out a couple swings, I think, with a couple Candelas. Still no space really being found, though. Both flashes from Millie out of the pocket, and the final Candela being thrown, but it's TK to open it up. Finding foe. It's going to be a continuous assault, but it's actually just a cleanup from Millie and Volino. A drop from the other side, closer to red, and C3. Beautiful shot there on the final member. Just kept them into a barrel and shot them down easily. Team Sesh with a great attack.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous attack, you know. I'm not sure who the IGL is, but to recognize that they're just getting in your face and that you guys need to slow down and just wait and let them swing you like that is a great mindset to have, because they let them swing them all cocktail side. They let it look like it was a cocktail rush with the Ying and the Capitao and made that presence known. And then when they got their first 2 picks, they repelled in a cigar side and walked up white. Because all that space was free, and it was the mute box was castled completely off. You could just walk in cigar and walk down the white hall, and that's what the Ying and I believe Badger did, or Badger was still on the skylight. But I know 2 were in the hallway, just fighting for their team.
I always get scared when people get picks in the mid rounds or like early round and then slow down mid round. I think it's just the collegiate caster in me where people just like then slow down and don't do anything for a whole round. and then they
stall outs.
Yeah, then they get like late and it's a 3v5, but they lose because they didn't do anything. But like you said, Team Sesh did a great job. The IGL of Team Sesh doing a great job of being able to really like get all the information and plan out that full hit. It seemed like conducted perfectly. Speaking of conducted though, Triss is going to conduct himself outside the building once again. If he gets any sort of audio. Especially on a player like TK, spawning towards docks. Actually going to be frozen maybe as the target. Chooses neither of the good options, to be honest. The Lion Scan is going to force him a little bit further back. 3 Legion Mines are right there at the reading door. He's going to be fighting 3 people of Team Sesh. How long is he going to stay there? Question of the day. It's probably not long as the rest of Team Sesh move away.
Yeah, I mean, I think Triss is honestly getting over egotistical. I think him playing super aggro like this is actually going to cause his team to play in super bad positions.
Well, speaking of bad positions, he's going to be found. It's Millie. Now that's going to unlock the ability to be able to plant the diffuser and a 4v5 retake for Mouse 1. Make that a 4v4 though, as Finding a great nitro on the hop-in from Valino. That's the Grimbees off the board. Now it's really just the Lion's Scan utility and the gun skill. That gun skill is a lot when Team Sesh has TK. Last player of Pillar. Ooh, Badger, not able to get that kill. The foe able to find it with the SMG-11, but Frozen on a long angle is going to beat out that SMG. Speaking of SMG, though, it's the Vector. That has been scary for Team Sesh, but shut down by the AK-12 of TK, finding his third of the round. A really clean attack from them.
Yeah, no, they completely flipped the page again and just went full-blown fast-paced. They hit that snow door rush. They saw site was clear except for Trist in Laundry, and they saw the other players were either upstairs or off-site by mining train side, and they just took the gap, planted in a safe spot, held crosses, and, you know, TK got the pillar wall open as well so he could hold a deeper cross in a ring.
Lovely replay. Ole. I mean,
perfect timing, actually. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, gross.
It's TK on just like that cut from emo window. Like, it's just too easy, I guess. Yeah, it's also strange that, you know, they're able to just QB, or not even QB sneak. It didn't even feel like a sneak. It was just like they kind of pranced themselves into reading and got the plant. Mouse One didn't really push back at all. It seems maybe that Goyo ban really is affecting them a lot more than I originally thought when it happened.
Yeah, no, I mean, they opened up a little bit of Phantom Pressure. I believe they opened up Phantom Pressure cocktail side. They opened up the emo window. I don't know if they got any of the upstairs hatches, but they didn't really make it seem like they weren't going to do anything else. So I'm surprised as well that Mouse One didn't catch on to it, that, hey, this could just be full sight. Like, we got to keep eyes on this. And Trist is just watching for the repellent, and he dies in sight, and that's their only sight player.
It seems Team Sesh is able to, or identifying that is a big problem for Mouse One, is they're not really able to stall. Unless it's just one gunfights from things like runouts, Team Sesh just has a little bit better of a macro play going into it. We see that from Team One's, or Mouse One's comp. Doc, Vigil. There's not a lot of utility to slow them down, other than, I guess, castles and mutes. But even then, like, it's default enough. But also, it's default enough for Scuda to just find Badger. Frozen is able to trade it pretty easily with the shotgun. That does show off the fact that they're willing to play Ying shotgun. But overall, you know what? I'll take that for Mouse One. No more Capital bolts on the side of Team Sesh.
Yeah, no, that's a very good opening entry pick. You know, that takes a lot away. It takes 2 smokes, 2 fires, and a Gon 6, even if they're running Gon 6. Like, Capital is a very good character, has a lot of utility, and it's a great execute op as well, because it looks like they are just setting up for another fast execute, maybe. Maybe take Cigar super quick, and then hold like a cocktail cut off, or take the cocktail super quick. There are 3 on repel right now, cocktail side. So I'm excited to see what this execute's about to be.
Especially with Mouse One not really having any utility to push them back, like we keep saying. No mirror is set up for this take, but it's actually Trist finding Valino on the hit. Flashbangs from Millie are going to queue their way in. A frag grenade to mark Trist to 1 HP. Though he is Doc, he's able to trade away. Millie swinging in as well as Frozen, but they're just swinging into their deaths. TK is able to find 1, but Trist is still in that power position of C2. Finding Millie. Now it's all up to TK. 1v3. Not a lot of options to play with, but does have the time here. Trying to find a freebie. Needs a freebie from Mouse One. Needs to mind control them to peek him. To get 1, maybe 2. Isolate these 1v1s. He's going to drop red. It's going to be the option, and the barbed wire hit is probably going to conduct himself towards Freezer. I think that might have given them the sound cue that they need to play the cross, but honestly, he does have some decently isolated 1v1s. He maneuvers his way through, but it's not enough as Perseus with the pixel finds a... Oh my god, that is quite the pixel. Yeah, man. Yeah, you're not winning that one.
No, not at all. I also like that half. First of all, that was a great half. Mouse One and Team Sesh should not be mad at... they should both be super happy right now with going into this half. I think Team Sesh was maybe hoping to, you know, get that 4th round and, you know, get that early lead going into defense, but they have it right now. They have the defense. Castle ban, love the castle ban. It's used on almost every site normally in Cafe, so that's going to be a great character to just get up and out of there. And then same with the Deimos. It looks like they might maybe try and roam a little bit more, or just try and stop that tracking ability and the software, shooting through floors, shooting through walls. Of course, we also see the Blackbeard. Shield ban comes out. You know, that's a valid ban. It's Blackbeard, takes a lot of space, nades. Mira is also a great ban. You know, they have a really good cigar hold where you can open up all freezer wall with Mira.
And looking into the second half, though, Holy, I think something that we're really going to have to be marking is the fact that, as much as we did say in the pre-show, Cafe is very defender-sided, and I completely agree. Mouse One showing that they win rounds just by shooting people. They want to take gunfights and want to take them fast. Luckily, they're on the attack, so they're able to conduct those fights a little bit easier. And I think that is going to be the win condition that we see from them. It's just taking fights constantly, just allowing Triss to find gaps and insert themselves into places to just frag out. And we're seeing that in the comp that they're choosing here. The Ashe, the Finka, just allowing those gunfights to happen. And my question for Team Sesh is, are they going to be able to keep up, and are they going to be able to slow down these gunfight players of Mouse One?
Yeah, no, I definitely think Mouse One's going to put pressure on for Team Sesh, but I think what I like to see right now from Team Sesh coming out right now is it looks like they're doing a bunker, and this looks like a complete bunker lineup. You know, hold the VIP if you can. They do actually have Goyo off-site. Warden just ran back down White Stairs, but they're doing like a soft roam with the one player to just show pressure. But that's why they banned the Deimos. They want to show early pressure and then fall back, make them waste time. You know, make them clear out a ton of utility, ton of rooms, and just get back to site and bunker.
Mouse One does have the Jackal to be able to identify players like Frozen, only on the 3rd floor now, inserted all the way up there. Mouse One is going to be droning that 3rd floor, seeming to be aware that someone is off-site like that, but yet to find Frozen. So it does slow down their attack and slow down their vert play. Frozen's still playing like he hasn't been spotted, and I can only assume that he hasn't been spotted just by the way that Mouse One is playing as well. Dropping down, might make contact here in 90. Oh my god, it's a shot onto Scuda. And there goes the Nomad. Those are some air jabs that are going to be missing, and Frozen is able to get into the safe hands of his own bunker down in the basement.
Oh yeah, he'll take that pick every single day of the week and just fall off. Minute 35, your Nomad's gone. I didn't get a chance to see if they did get any Nomads off, but that's a good pick early on. You know, you can flank up red now when they are going for execute, because they have this ram. You know they're going to play vert on you eventually when they clear mining and get ready to start throwing those ram gadgets out. You have the ability to walk out brown, you have the ability to walk out white and red and just really pressure them and kind of give them sight, retake vert, and then fall back down on the planters.
Slowing down to the end round here, Mouse One finally having the space that they wanted and probably expected to get earlier on. All this vert play, trying to get some space, maybe trying to get a freebie to even up to a 4v4 before they can really make their hit happen. But also my question is, how do they make a hit happen? They don't really have any execute utility. They don't have any operators that scream, I'm gonna fight, I'm gonna get into the site, and I'm gonna make something happen. It's just all a lot of prep work for them. The Team Sesh so far showing composure that they're not willing to just give up some freebies. Triss2G outside of the big window, looking for a hop in and support the attackers as the flashbangs come in from Ram. It's a hop into Freezer. Percy is still investigating of the vert. It's just Triss2G finding the timing. The timing from Triss2G is absolutely massive, but it's not good enough as Frozen finds him. Bo fighting in the trenches of smokes and fire. He's trying to get the bomb down as 5 seconds remain. The rest of Team Sesh are ready to pounce onto that player. He actually pounces onto Amazing. Perseus is providing overwatch, but he's slowly found. It's now just Perseus left all alone in the vert. 1v4, but he's already planning down. Wow. TK sticking the defuse and Valino to hook him up with an easy kill. That's Mouse One being shut down immediately in their first attacking round.
You know, honestly, for not having the execute ops there, that was still really good execute. Seinfeld waited and took his time to let kind of the clock drain down a little bit more so his team could get in better positions to hold his crosses with that smoke going away. and kind of give them a little bit more visibility. He didn't want to plant immediately. He knew either he was going to get pushed because he had no one holding his cross if he immediately planted. I do like that. It was good to execute. They just lost their gunfights, unfortunately. Sesh kind of collapsed on them from Red and Whiskey side. I believe they all kind of just pushed into Small Bake and Red side from what I saw through the outlines. And then you had the Goyo and the Smoke on Whiskey, and you still had the Warden as well, VIP. So they just kind of collapsed on them, gave them sight, and did the retake. They did a little bit different. Didn't do the vert retake, but they did do the site retake. And you're collapsing on a 4v2 site. It's a win-win there.
Something that's been impressing me a lot here from Team Sesh so far is their ability to like push pull, to be able to show, you know, a little bit of pressure onto a site or show some pressure just anywhere on the map, and then just be able to pull away, to reset, to watch how Mouse One reacts to that ability usage, and even bait out some utility, and be able to play the utility game a little bit more. Really been enjoying that, because that's something that really only you see in high-level Siege. Maybe I'm just used to...
Yeah.
I cast a lot of Collegiate recently, holy, so maybe I'm just like, oh my god, we're playing at a higher level than I'm used to, but I think Team Sesh is really showcasing that good of skill, and I think that's going to carry them past a team like Mouse One.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Sorry, I lagged out there for a second, but I'm completely back now.
Welcome back.
It is definitely different from collegiate play, for sure. The push-pull, Sesh hasn't gotten that down to a T. Show presence early, not show presence early. From the collegiate games I've always seen, it's kind of just go, go, go.
It's bad. He's in love. Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, right? I've never cast a collegiate game. I've never played collegiately, so I can't say anything against collegiate guys. But from what it looks like, it's definitely a little brain dead.
Yeah, but also the way that Mouse One has been playing, it's similar. It feels like home, you know. A little.
Yeah, it's giving you a little nostalgia.
Yeah, it's bringing me back. Especially, you know, when Badger is being pushed back a little bit. It's gonna be the white window being held. Scuda. Speaking of deja vu, holy, Scuda is found first on this attacking side. Rough little round here, or rough half so far from him. Oh my god, that zombie went to my screen, I think. That one hit my house. Trist finding Millie as well to make it an even 4v4. But it's another hit from Badger. It's Trist again. You're saying the win con for Mouse One is just to allow that man to fly, and he's flying all right. Lion Scan is going to allow him to continue to fly. He goes towards CS. Nothing in box. Nothing closer to piano. It's just frozen that they have to get out of Cigar.
It's that a zombie cigar. It's a powerful position. You have a lot of room to play with.
Oh.
Yeah, I just cursed him, so that's my bad. I'm sorry, Frozen.
It's alright, you know. You try to use the brand new Siege X smoke bomb, but the smoke bomb does not cover the whole door frame. So it's just fully exposed. Now Trist ready to pounce onto the white stairs player of TK, but it's Valino actually finding foe. This is Valino being traded out, so it's TK left all alone. They're probably pretty aware of this top white player. Maybe not. But he's going to be pinched here soon, as Perseus is still on the window of C3. And Trist is slowly lurking behind him. Amazing is able to be the first one to make audio close to the bar. He's going to be dropping from the skylight. Perseus is going to drop as well! That could have been a huge timing, but unfortunately 417 beats out an SMG-11. Great shots there. Flashy and flicky. It's a great round for Mouse One to bring themselves back from a pretty rough attacking half.
Yeah, their attacking half hasn't been great. That was a little bit better of an attack. I still think they're going a little too fast, but I did like to see them in that 1v3 there. They let the buck get to the roof.
Oh, you can take replays. No, you can just yap over these.
Yeah?
Those are you. That's all
Okay,
you.
okay. I didn't want to get in your way, man.
Nah, man, that's you.
So first of all, beautiful shots coming from both sides of the team, in my opinion. Sesh, you know, Frozen getting that first pick on a scooter again. Beautiful shots coming from Trist. Still 11-4. You know, he's really helping out this Mouse One team. But I believe I actually lost my train of thought. I'm gonna move on from that guy. We're gonna go on to this round. They're looking better. And they're keeping it close, they're keeping it tight, and they're actually playing a little bit more as a team.
Yeah, I'm interested by this Mouse One roster. I'm interested at what point do they just say, like, scrap the whole, like, strat book and just, like, fly? You know? Because it did feel like a little bit that last round. Felt a little bit more closer there. And that's kind of just what I assumed the game plan was, based off the way that they played the defense. Especially with a team like Team Sesh, it doesn't feel like they really want to push away from this bunker style. They're kind of allowing, especially when they're playing that first floor, they kind of allowed their only lurk to be by himself, which to me feels like a pretty big flaw that they could take advantage of, especially by the way that they play.
Especially on a map like Cafe. You let someone solo roam on Cafe, they're usually getting 5-man cleared and are usually first picked. It looks like they might be going for a mining window rush here with the Blitz and just sending in maybe Ram Gadget and putting a little pressure upstairs and just going to plan on cases maybe here. That's what I'm gathering from the non-stop pings and flashbangs.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty telegraphed. Telegraphed to a point where Team Sesh is probably identifying it a decent amount. But by the way that their body language, it doesn't seem that way. More of a couple players tucked in the freezer by themselves, just kind of waiting for the hit to happen and maybe play more of a retake like we've seen them do, especially in the first defensive round. But it's Scooter be able to find Millie, and it's a flood, finding a lot of kills and frozen the final member of the third floor. Being found, TK left by his lonesome, just a commando and a dream. 3v1 now as he gets one player, finds a second, that's Trist. But he does have to face off against this Blitz. Scooter pretty far away though, so the isolated 1v1 could be absolutely huge. The Nitro's gonna be spotted out there from the foe. Does he have the timing on the White Stairs player? He does have the timing, but not the crosshair placement that he needs. Scooter shutting him down in another attacking round.
I think you've spoken into existence. I think they're ditching the strat book and just going in. You know, they did that rush still. They got the information. They saw the 3 players upstairs and fell back. And they flooded. Badger actually got the first pick there, but that didn't stop their flood. They just went, they kept going. They went for the execute and went for the plant down. Beautiful shots coming from TK. Okay. Not mad about those bans. I definitely, you know, both just kind of countered each other, but so at least they're both off the map in case he does go OT. But I actually don't see this going OT. I think Mouse One, looking at their attacks right now, I think they can win at 7-4.
7-4. Interesting. Well, this is denying both of our predictions if it goes 7-4 in the favor of Mouse One. I was curious to see when Clash is finally going to be pulled out, and Frozen finally bring her out. 10th round in. I guess maybe trying to not have it be banned. I know that a lot of people are kind of like trying to do that of like, oh, if I don't show it in the first 3 rounds, then it won't be banned, and then I can use it in the next 3 rounds. Like, okay. Yeah, if you think so.
Yeah, dude.
Sure.
That's like what T4 team would do when they're getting like 6-0. They're like, they can't ban it anymore. I can play the Clash now, and then they still just lose 7-0.
Yeah, what are they gonna do now?
Like, okay. Yeah, like, oh no, you brought a Clash. Like, don't get me wrong, the new Clash change is it's strong, but oh my god, you brought a Clash in competitive Siege. Everyone should know how to clear a Clash, especially now.
Yeah, and like, I think Mouse One is very aware of how to clear a Clash. I see 2 pairs of frags, a whole Zofia to fight that Clash. As well as, you know what? Might as well just throw some Gridlock Trax mines right behind her, too. Yeah, this Clash is not going to have a great time here, Holy.
No, not at all. If I was Frozen, I would be sitting in sight, scared on cams, being like, I actually don't want to get near them right now. They're trying to clear me pretty hard right now. They are going to opt for the roam clear here, though. They are taking their time to get the information in roam clear and make sure that there's no lurks. They know Team Sesh is down around, and they know they're going to try and do something weird to get that round back. So that's why they just want to get this information, make sure it is a genuine just site hold, and then they can focus on that actual map space, whether it's vert, walls, or whatever they actually need to get. They have the buck for vert, they have the ace for if they want to do a white wall take, or the hatch even.
Oh man, we did not have to show him struggling to get the Echo drone that long, man. Like, we did not have to watch the struggle that much.
I was trying to talk over it so we would ignore it. I want my boy Seinfeld not to.
That's messed up, bro. Oh, that was fake. That was fake. Speaking of fake, though, the floors are gonna be a little fake here. Perseus able to play the vert a little bit, but like you said, kind of the bunker style of Sesh, allowing them to really not do much and not care much about the vert that Mouse One is opening up. I'm kind of getting flashbacks to the first defending round of Team Sesh, where they kind of did the same bunker style, and Mouse One ran out of time and ran out of resources to be able to attack the actual site itself.
Yeah, they definitely did take too long on their first attack. And yeah, they got first pick early with the Nomad, their first attack onto the kitchen bomb site. But they're going good right now. They have 50 seconds on board. I don't know what this ace is open.
Oh, it's for the long range vert. I see. Well, Triss is going to open up the round. It's swiftly taken away, though. Foe finding Froze, and that's the clash off the board. Said pretty easy clear. And they have pings on Volino, the player that got 2 of those kills. Millie's actually the next one to be found, as well as Badger. Finding Foe on the reload. And now Badger's left all alone. Player to get 1 frag. Able to find a second down the Zofia. Badger finding 2. Needs 2 more to be able to win this round. And Scuda, a great little swing to open it up and send it away for Mouse One to be able to find your next round.
Scuda may have gotten first pick two times in a row, but let's say this right now. This guy's shooting. He's shooting back right now. He's pissed. He got first pick twice, and he's like, I'm over this. These guys are taking the AK-12, and they're taking it down the mouth, you know? And he's showing them. They're actually doing a great job. They're looking for a little bit of a gap hit with like the lurk now, like that guy walking down red. I don't remember who it was. Yeah, Triss walking down red, getting an early pick. Yes, it gets traded out, but that was able for them to take more space. They were able to walk down red again, and they were also take white side like Seinfeld did to clear out that clash.
Yeah, I like that default deployable shield of where you usually have a warden playing a VIP outside of VIP, and this time there's a clash shield. I was like, okay, that's kind of cute, but like you've been saying, and I think all of us have been saying, the clash was kind of just like left alone. Really surprised that Jaeger is not being picked by Team Sesh, or Wamai. If they're going to be playing an operator like Clash and they want to be playing bunker style, I feel like those kind of operators to be able to deny space and be able to just like play that aerial denial, it'd be really solid. But maybe I'm just clueless. Maybe I'm wrong. Because Team Sesh
I don't think you're wrong. So. Hey, maybe that's why they're losing. Maybe you were right. No.
Thanks. Well, oh my god. Back to the first half. There's a little trade of spawn peaks are to be found, but that's Trist being found as the first kill. You know, if I'm Team Sesh, I'm happy about that.
Yeah, getting Trist off the board like that, 14-7, top frag for Team Mouse One right now. That's a great first pick, especially if you're gonna trade Millie for it. You know, Millie has his Paluzzi's down. The Brava's banned. He doesn't need to do anything else. Yeah, he got traded out, and that's all that matters. He got the trade, or he got traded. Sorry.
Well, if I was able to unlock the second floor for him and his team, because that is where the site is. And he's only going to be finding 1 player that is on the second site, or second floor, excuse me, and that's going to be Badger here, being found towards reading room. Flo does have a timing to be able to find this kill if he chooses to use it. Not very aware of the other players of Team Sesh, so he's going to slow it down. They do need to root out these players, and they do have to worry about Frozen and Felino eventually, as they are going to be playing above and raining Hellfire. DK though, first floor, bottom white, looking to be spoiler as they try to flood towards Badger. Great space being held from Team Sesh. A lot of those power positions. Mouse One though, just trying to find some information on these last remaining players. It's Badger once again being the target. Amazing, trying to find the kill, but Badger strikes back, finding Amazing and staying alive. He's the crux of this comp. A drop down red is going to be heard from Volino. He's going to hear them scramble closer to second floor. That's going to allow Badger to take up a little bit more space and also play with TK a little bit more. They're creating a sandwich here. Playing third floor, playing first floor, and allowing Mouse One to just fall into their arms exactly like Volino finding their second frag. 2v4 now for the two support players of Mouse 1. Neither of these players have really had a lot of space to play with. Not a lot of kills. They're both negative, but might be able to have their time to be positive if they end up winning it. Badger being found towards white, same as Valino. With this long angle of the soft wall, could be deadly, especially with 25 seconds remaining here. Gumine spotting out foe. A hard breach of Skuda. There's no Selma, so they have to go through all the footholes, all the danger that Team Sesh has set them. But now it's just a trap as they spring to action. The plant goes down, and that's going to be heard from Valino. Instant collapse from all four members. Valino and Frozen striking them down in the corner that they found themselves in. And it's an easy strike back from Team Sesh, and we are going all the way to round 12.
Do you see OT happening?
Well, it's, no.
I can see a good OT.
What do you think?
I can see a good OT. I don't know. Mouse 1 upset me that round. They had the gap on Fireplace, and they kind of just seemed to stall out. You know, they got that information. I don't know if it was a lack of information. I don't know if it was a lack of kills or what they necessarily wanted. But Seinfeld got that early kind of space on train side and saw that Fireplace was good. We had the window repels. They knew there were player upstairs. I just don't know why we're not going for execute. Is it like, why are we stalling out there? What do we all need to do? Like, does it need to take upstairs? Does it need to just hit sites really fast? That made me mad. That kind of cost them the round. You know, Sesh just did their normal push pull. Got aggro on the spawn peaks, got traded out, took Trist out there. Millie got dropped in there as well, and then they just all stayed white side. They all stayed cocktail, they all stayed white side, and then they had also Badger reading.
Lito is now being Moss checked here by Trist, as there was a trade earlier on in that first round. Obviously, you know, it's kicks and giggles. It's some fun in all chat. We like to have fun here sometimes when we're playing a video game like Rainbow Six Siege. Sometimes we like to have fun when we play a video game. I don't know about you.
Rainbow Six Siege is so much fun.
I love this game. And the community. They're always so nice. I've never been called any bad word.
Game. I do love this game. It's an amazing game. CJX has been so much fun recently, except for a little bit of that audio issues. How have you liked CJX so far?
I mean, it sounds like you have a gun to your head saying that. But I've really enjoyed it. It's nice to be able to, like, you know, nice to have this game be the talk of the town. Once again, even like some friends that I don't play Siege with, but I play other video games with. They asked me if they should try it, and I was like, you know, it's free to play. You might as well. You know, they've obviously heard some pretty. They've heard some horror stories, and the horror stories of Trist are going to be found, and Frozen strikes them down pretty easily. And that's a pretty big pick. Trist has kind of been cold these latter rounds, and he kind of is the win con for Mouse 1 here. So we might be seeing overtime.
I fully agree. I gotta just say, Frozen has looked beautiful on these entry picks on this defense half. He's got a ton of entry picks. He's looking really good. He's looking warm while Trist is looking cold.
Well, Skuda is looking to warm up a little bit as he's going to be the entry from Cigar. Well, Badger's going to shut him down. I was going to say, he's 1 HP. He's going to get stung by a goo mine, maybe. Well, there's no goo mines, but stung by something. And be shot down, but it's actually the SMG-11 of Badger from Bathroom. Be able to find it. Well, gonna take his place, trying to find a freebie, but again, this is Team Sesh. They don't really give out freebies like that. So now they have to do some dirty work and make some miracles happen, because with it 3v5, 50 seconds remaining, only top red control being found, not even full Cigar being found, they don't really have a lot to work with. Smoke's being found from Skylight to be able to maybe drop, and Perseus from White Stairs to be able to add a pinch, but an amazing shutdown completely by the Iron Curtain of Team Sesh. Perseus, though, lurking up the top, White finding 2 kills, the 2 players with their backs to them, but with Badger of the Mossberg in Bathroom, couple whiffage, you know, some shots being missed a little bit, giving them some hope. not enough when it's a 4-17 versus a shotgun. Mercy is finding that, and now we are in overtime.
I love it. OT is where the real players come out to play because pressure makes diamonds. I say it all the time. Pressure makes diamonds. You're in an OT. You're on your map pick. You know, I believe this was Team Sesh's map pick, correct?
That is correct.
From what I remember, my memory, perfect. Like they were down. You know, they were down 6-4. They wanted to fight back, and they're fighting back. They're playing a lot more passive. They're getting these entry picks. They're falling back. Zombie completely gave up Cigar except for Pixel, and Pixel is such a strong area that they usually have to have a whole nother execute on just Pixel itself. A lot of teams have to 3-2-1 clearing out Pixel and getting that player out of there, and it's hard to do that when you're in a 3v5 like that.
Yeah, once again, you know, it would be really nice if Triss just didn't die immediately in these rounds. You know, I feel like these rounds would be completely different stories, but the fact that it's 4v5 and it's their top frag 4v5, it just is making these rounds almost like really, really, really tall mountains to climb. Not just like a basic good old Mouse 1 mountain, but like a big boy mountain.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Anyway, going into the first round of overtime here, Team Sesh having the defense side. So obviously, I mean, it was a 3-3 earlier, 3-3-3-3, but I feel like Team Sesh have a lot of momentum in their way already. They kind of understand how they need to defend and how to play against Mouse 1. My curiosity is going to be, how does Mouse 1 bring themselves back? What new solution can they find to win this OT? It might be Trist, once again, not dying. He almost died from Millie there, if you peek that window a little bit too much, but they have to root out these third floor members of Millie, Frozen, and Valina.
I'm actually really excited that they went second floor. Sorry, brain blank. Their second floor looks amazing, and I also want to point out that the difference between Team Sesh and Mouse 1 right now is the score lines. Look at Team Sesh; they're all really close. 10-7, 10-7, 9-9, 9-9, 6-8. You know, there's not really any one person sticking out. There's not one person doing it all for them, like Tristan Perseus. They're not relying on these people.
Well, it's gonna be relying on a lot of gunplay here, as Trist is gonna be opening it up and finding Valino. Do you still have to root out Millie of Washroom? But it is the Blitz off the board. He was found by a Nitro, I believe, from Frozen. So that's a great kill. And TK from underneath the Pulse, ripping away the ace from Trist's side. He's going to continue to examine the Freezer player. Stuck. It's Frozen back there, playing the two brow. No cancer to help himself out from the bees, but Trist's R4C is going to shut him down completely. 2 kills now. 3 remaining. Team Sesh could be an ace if it wasn't for Millie finding a stab in the back. They knew about him, but they forgot. Gonna be able to drop down to pillar, playing towards Emo, but they hear him. It's Perseus actually being found through the wall. There's no way he just 180'd that player. It's now phone a 1v3, a near, dare I say, impossible round with 50 seconds remaining. And holy, I don't know if a Grim can win this one.
Hey, that 5.52 is strong. Millie's low HP, but you also do have 2 very decent-ish guns. I do like the TSG, hate the So, you know, you have Badger and TK still up.
Oh.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
This is easy. This just looked easy for them.
Yeah, it's just... Is this a warm-up scrim, or we're in the BO3, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Maybe we still need to wake up. As a reminder that no ban is a Blackbeard ban, by the way, just for the viewers at home. All 3 shields gone from Team Sesh. And also,
agreement.
Yeah, gentleman's agreement for that. Also, to remind ourselves, Triss was fragging with the Goyo on the ACOG Vector, and is unable to do that anymore. So, holy, if you're the Mouse 1 coach here, and theoretically they were able to call a time, or they would call a timeout, what would you talk to these players and bring their mental back to be able to bring this to max OT?
That's a hard one, because from my point of view, you can't really see mentals. I can't, like, I see the typing. I see Perseus kind of getting like mad at the game, and I see Triss getting mad and like typing. So you can obviously tell they're a little bit on edge, but I'd honestly just tell them to simplify it and go back to their basics. They seem to kind of be doing a little bit too much, in my opinion, with these clears. They're doing a ton of like blitz clears and smoke clears and all this stuff. I think they just need to simplify it, which is what it's looking like right now. It looks like they might simplify it, go for a little soft roam upstairs with a Soulless Vigil, as well as play the VIP shield. That's what I like to see. I like the simplification, because at this point, Team Sesh are just being a better team, not being like better individual players.
Perseus is once again going to try and show off his individual player skill as another run out. But this time unsuccessful. Team Sesh able to get to the building rappels without dying. Just a feat that they haven't been able to say that they've accomplished so far that many times. You pointed it out earlier, the KDs of both sides, and I'm just like looking, we're almost at max OT and Amazing only having 4 frags. I mean, obviously, yeah, these guys are support players like Amazing and Foe, but when it kind of gets to like this point, where your back is against the wall, you're facing overtime match point, I get these players to like really step up and maybe, you know, feel themselves. Siege is such a momentum game, especially with Millie finding Perseus. That's no more Vigil. And the momentum is really in Team Sesh's favor. Badger, though, being found by Trist. Maybe some more wind in his sails. It just seems like
they still do have to clear VIP. Sorry.
No, go ahead. That's all you.
No, honestly, what I'm seeing here is the slowdown. I agree with you. Amazing Foe and Scuda, they got to kind of step up.
Oh my god.
Really got to step up. And win their gunfights.
Yeah. And also just like, that's a dumb death. Speaking of dumb death though, Scuda finding Millie. TK though finding Scuda, traded it back. Team Sesh, like you said, playing a little bit better as a team, trading 1 by 1, allowing the freebies that Mouse One think they're getting actually to be freebies for Team Sesh, keeping one man up. The Deimos tracker onto Triss is also going to allow them to isolate these last 2 remaining members of Mouse One. Triss2G doesn't have a mute jammer to play with either. Frag from Deimos is going to root him out of that position, but Foe is close by to help him out from Freezer. Gonna be a slow pinch from Team Sesh, just a slow cook. Imagine your mom, the little like the Dutch oven on the counter. Gotta wait like 18 hours for this one. Oh my god. Going home from football practice and that's on there? Oh, hell no.
Oh my god, that would ruin a horrible day.
And that's exactly how Mouse One is feeling right now. Foe, though, is actually regressing towards Bakery, separating from Triss2G. He doesn't want to be in the crock pot. He actually wants to add Team Sesh to a microwave. TK is going to be the first player to be found, but the flashbang is going to root him off. Triss2G all alone in coat check, and the very long angle is going to allow the EBR to find that easy kill. And Team Sesh is going to win their own map pick, 8-6 against Mouse One.
That was a beautiful first map. I'm surprised it went to OT.
Yeah, especially when Trist has 17 kills. I mean, that man went on he had a clinic going on at Cafe, but it's not enough. But this is the prophecy that you foretold, right, Holy? Like, this is what you're thinking. It's going to be Team Sesh map 1, and then Mouse 1 is going to step back up into the next 2, right? That's what you predicted?
Yeah, I do predict that Mouse One is actually going to win the next 2 maps. They're going into their next map, Consulate. It was their pick, and I think they're either going to be super strong on it, or they've honestly... Consulate, I think they're either going to get wiped by Team Sesh, or they're going to wipe Team Sesh. I don't think it will be a close map. I think it'll be a 7-3 either way.
Yeah, I completely agree. Consulate being one of those maps that either, like... I don't know. I'm a little worried for Mouse One on Consulate, because it seems like Team Sesh is really doing a great job playing as a team and making sure that everything is happening as a unit, and Consulate is so good for a team like that. But you never know. Mouse One has been showing us some banger rounds, and it seems that they're willing to play a map like Consulate, so we'll just have to see. Those teams, though, are taking a quick break, and we're going to do the same really quick. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, guys.
task. It occurs, spins, no flurries. The rhythm won't worry. If you fall behind, I'll be humming till you hurry. Top, all the way to bottom of the map, I've seen it all. It can all toss your way, don't get attached. It occurs, spins, no flurries. The rhythm won't worry. If you fall behind, I'll be humming till you hurry. With the horn, I'll be on the dog. Can't take a loss with the boss in the wind. With the horn, I'll be on the dog. Can't take a loss with the boss in the wind. Top, all the way to bottom of the map, I've seen it all. It can all toss your way, don't get attached. With the horn, be on the dog. Can't take a loss with the boss in the wind.
And we are back at the best of 3 of Mouse 1 versus Team Sesh. Team Sesh taking over that first map a little scarily, going into overtime on their own map pick of Cafe, but turning our eyes now to the second map of Consulate. I know we're kind of giving our takes a little bit in our predictions of what this map was going to look like at the tail end of Cafe, but now we got a little bit more time and more focus on this map. Holy, first impressions going to Consulate. After that cafe, how are we feeling about the rest of the series?
I'm feeling excited to see it. That was a great first map, sorry. And Consulate, I'm actually surprised that actually I'm not surprised at all, actually. I take that back. Sesh was starting on defense, you know, it's Mouse 1 map pick. They're going to take those defense rounds. They're going to try and get that lead early. They want that defensive end. I'm excited to see the bans too, because I haven't seen a Consulate Siege X game yet other than NAL. So I want to see what, you know, these lower tier teams are doing, like T3, T2 teams are doing right now. I don't want to see, you know, we're copying pros and we're doing the pros because they're doing it. I want to see what we are doing right now, because everyone's different. Every team's different. You know, Sesh, a lot of push and pull right now. Mouse 1, a lot of aggression right now and just kind of swinging. So that can actually be a detriment in Consulate, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm also excited to see those pick bans. That's something that I don't really like about some tier 3 players and teams, is that they're so willing to just kind of copy comp and then it doesn't work, you know. As we are going to be heading into Consulate, so we don't have to like theory craft too much. I'm pumped. But I'm thinking about like the whole chalet meta shift when people started to play first floor a lot, and then you started to see like the tier 3 teams start to do the first floor, like the bar holds, and they were rough at first because they just like one-to-one copied and didn't know why it was good, right? So they're just like, oh yeah, if we just keep our Mira in wine and then everyone else's second floor, like we just win, right? That's what everyone else does. Which obviously that's not the case.
Yeah, you need to know the point behind the strat and why it works. Like, you know, everyone plays a certain position for a certain reason. And if you don't know that, you know, your strat's not gonna work. First bans are coming through. We're gonna see the Zami and the Deimos. Actually, very common bans on Consulate, in my opinion. You know, Azami is a great downstairs holder, great piano holder, just a great character in general. Has a lot of adaptability, a lot of versatility, and then the Deimos with the tracks and the very, very strong pistol.
Interesting mute. Because we're thinking about, okay, like not copying comp. Usually I would expect, like, you know, Kaid or Tubarao or like a Bandit, any of the electricity operators, and then like maybe Tubarao. I'm thinking especially for a basement take. It just makes basement so much easier to be able to take over. Mute being the ban is interesting. It's like one of those staple operators where, like, yeah, Mute's really strong. We always see it. We're always there to play it, but ban it over something like Clash, which is already really meta on this map. Things like, like Goyo or Bandit or Kaid or Tubi, like, I don't know. What is your take on that? Am I just crazy?
No, I mean, honestly, the only reason I am okay with the mute ban is like shield clearage. You know, they got that Azami out first, so they can run the Flores now without having to worry about only Azamis. So now he can focus on clearing out a lot more, especially without the mute jammers. He can focus on like a vending shield, Goyo canisters, Maluzis, a Clash shield. If like they're away from the Clash shield, they leave it off somewhere. That's a free Flores drone. You know, just blow it up, get it out of here. And so I actually do like that Scuda is bringing this Flores here right now, and they're also bringing the Grim, which is also another, like, if mute's on the board, that can counter like a glow door plant if you try and just Grim out close glow door. There's usually mute jammers there, and there's usually mute jammers sitting in break, as we see the extension with Million break right now.
All right, you convinced me. Mute's a good ban. All right, I'm in agreement. I do agree. I didn't think about things like Flores and Grim. That's pretty smart. Interested to see how they attack admin side, as that is going to be their first line of attack. There's a decent amount of extension there from Team Sesh as well. The Grim Bees are already going to be popped towards that side. It's Millie going to be the first layer, being pushed back actually from those bees. Talking to managers. It's going to be awkward to kind of swing into, especially with Frozen from copy side able to play that cross. Be a lot of space here, especially when it's just amazing on that Visa repel. Wait, it's not just on the repel. He's already in. He's tucked in, but he doesn't find the pixel of Millie. It's Millie that finds him. Able to take down half his HP, shoot a drone, and get out of there.
They can't let him be getting away like that, especially with Trist holding his run back on the window. They had active cam on him. Didn't even get a shot off on him. He's full HP and back in sight. You know?
He's chilling.
He got amazing, down a little bit. You know, probably 50 HP area, and also wasted 2 Grim canisters. And all Forces are gone now. They're running out of utility right now. You know, they haven't taken.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry. I didn't see
Million
that
was
pop up.
finally found, at least, and Badger being found from Scuda. It's actually going to be this Flores opening up the round quite a bit, finding 2 for its reception. Now they have to face Frozen. Flash. Gonna yell Muppet at them a couple times, but there's going to be a lot of Mouse 1 players. But oh my god, what is happening? Valino with the support taking down that ace. Trist able to find TK as well, and it's going to be a full admin side push as the Flores is going to be the first point, but the slows are going to knock down Scuda and Amazing. Trist is able to rush away, but Perseus is still fighting the clash. Valino and Frozen looking like Shaq and Kobe in the Lakers' prime, now facing up against Trist. 1v2, but the Finka boost is going to try to get himself back up. Frozen able to get him with the switch. Trist might have a timing, might have the angle, but it's Valino to read it and to execute it. A really great hold there from Team Sesh.
Wow. Wow. A very great hold from Valino. Wow. Wow. Those were amazing shots. Let's be honest. Valino really popped off there. Going into a tech pause, maybe? Did someone maybe lag out?
Yeah, it was being called by, I believe it was Perseus of Mouse 1. Said it in chat. I'm the GOAT. Holy. My short-term memory, goated.
Yeah, you're actually so much better than me. I wish I could be like you.
Well, you're about to formulate a point, and I got to read the chat, so...
No. You're just more on top of it, you know? You're more on top of it. I'm over here, like, just sitting with my jaw dropped watching Valino just 4K ace, unfortunately, against Mouse 1.
Yeah, bro's goated. I mean, my SMG-12 doesn't do that, unfortunately.
No.
I wish it did.
Oh, no, not at all.
But, I think, Holy, we might be seeing a Clash ban, after round 3, because they are going to be going to basement with the same Clash pick. Probably going to be holding server side, I'd assume. Maybe bottom yellow with it. But again, that was a really big issue for them to deal with that first round. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it felt like Mouse 1 just tried to ignore it and try to kill everyone else other than the Clash. But with Valino and Frozen playing so well off of each other, that was just completely denied.
No, I agree. I saw that too. They definitely were looking for the other site players. They wanted to try and keep information on the Clash at all times, see where she was kind of moving around the map, and so they could just focus on actually taking genuine gunfights. But the thing that hurt Mouse 1 there and kind of shot themselves in the foot is they full-blown went ranked mode and went for kills. They saw it was a 4v2 and didn't try and go get bombed down. They didn't try and just take admin. Like, the second Seinfo dies there, and you know that Valeno is Oreo, and you know Clash is in long deaths right there, you play back, you get the plant down on glow door, and you sit and make them come to you. You don't run at them, like, on top spiral and split door. Like, that is where Mouse 1 went wrong. They played it like ranked and went for the kills and went for the 4v2 round win because they wanted to get the kills and not actually play like a team.
Well, luckily the tech pause wasn't that big of a deal, as we are back. Seems that Perseus maybe just picking up his DoorDash at the door or something. So we are going to be able to go into second round. Thank God.
Trust me, I've had to do a few tech pauses to run and get my food before.
If we as casters could do that, bro, I would be abusing that tech so many times. You have no idea. Also, it wasn't a Valino. Yeah, it wasn't a Valino ace. But they were lying. I don't remember which team was saying it, but they were like yelling, "Oh my god, it was an ace!" and all chat. But like, Rosen got his, so who's lying?
Well, I'll say this right now: it was a Valino ace because Valino downed I believe
Finca.
Perseus, the Finca, yeah, and she rezzed herself before they like downed her. And I was actually gonna say something about that, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to get in the way. I was like, they actually left Finca top spiral with one Finca boost left. So I think Frozen just technically yoinked the kill because he just rezzed himself. And, you know, it's technically a live player at that point, not down but not out. State.
Well, you know, all that matters is the stats that will be written down at the end of this game, and the stat will not be an ace. Unfortunately.
That is very true.
So sorry. I'm gonna be the bearer of bad news. Speaking of the bearer of bad news, that drone is gonna be the bearer of bad news as Frozen once again on the clash. But bringing the fight to them, already at the first floor, taking a big fight towards any of the vertical players. I like this from Team Sesh because Mouse 1, especially on Cafe, showed that they really like to play into that vertical space. Do they know about Trist? Already lurked up. Well, they do now. They definitely do now.
They'll definitely figure it out.
Frozen back to the service side. But it's just going to be a stall here. As Mouse 1 just kind of gathered together to be able to flank Frozen and make a pinch happen here.
Yeah, honestly, I'm trying to think about what to kind of point out right now, but all I can really point out is they're all really spread out. You know, they're all kind of spread out outside of Exhibition. And Scooter actually gets the first pick onto Millie while I'm going over they're all spread out kind of thing. Giving up a first pick there isn't what you want, especially because I think that's what Mouse 1 is looking for. That's why they're going slow like this. I think they are looking for that first pick and looking to just kind of have that man advantage for their next part of their execute or site, whether that's getting wall or running in yellow, who knows.
Well, and that was the only support of Frozen. It's interesting that as Frozen was going back down service stairs, Millie wasn't following. Millie was being able to be isolated and picked up. Like you said, it's an easy frag for Mouse 1 to be able to just collect. That's exactly what they really want, especially with the comp that they're playing here. Now, they get all that vert control happening. They're able to get the vert onto the Kaid Claw to be able to get open main breach, which is going to be their next eyes. Actually, already did that work. Lion Scan is going to allow them to push for more space, and the Finca Charge is going to cue the push in. 25 seconds remaining, so this has got to go fast. They still have some Zoto canisters to fight through, and that's going to be fought from foe. He's going to be slowed down and might be taken down to 1 HP immediately from the pillar player. But Scuda's there to try to make some work happen, but it's just going to be a TSG shot to the shoulder. Valino, though, able to be found by Trist. And the pillar player is locked down by foe. Yeah, they have some great attacks, but they need to get into sight. Trist is opening up the round quite a bit, but foe has to stick to the diffuser by himself. Once again, it's a 1v2 here, but this time it's TK and Frozen. He's able to get the bomb down on default, but he still has to fight through a clash. Electricity is going to burn his very low HP to even lower and slow it down to make TK have a very easy job, putting down the shield and allowing the flick of the machine gun pistol. Frozen finding a third frag of the round, and Team Sesh once again wholly luring Mouse 1 in and getting an easy kill and an easy retake onto the site.
Just a masterclass of a defense, honestly. You can see in the chat that Scuda is obviously a little shocked from the clash, you know, not really liking the clash pickup here right now. But hey, if you're not gonna bandit in your first two, they're definitely gonna run it and get their free rounds before you can ban again. They're gonna take that advantage, and that's what Frozen's doing. He's showing he knows how to play this clash, he knows how to position it. And they're also showing that they're still playing together. I want to point out on that 1v2, they waited until he got his flash shield back from Spiral. They let Seinfeld completely plant. Like, they did not care that he was planting. They didn't bomb rush him and give up a pick. They just, they sat, they let the bomb go down, and then they worked together. They let Frozen get eyes on him with that shield, not being able to get shot back, and Seinfeld had to take a 1v2.
Yeah, Team Sesh looks really good. Yeah, they've been looking pretty solid, especially up against Mouse 1. I'm actually, and we were kind of talking about this off stream, but I'm really impressed by both these teams. But I'm mostly impressed by Team Sesh. I mean, not saying that I was like thinking that this was going to be a clown show, but they're just showing a lot of really, really solid work. They're showing great fundamentals so far, and the way that they're working the Clash is going to be something that gives them a pretty heavy advantage going into playoffs if they do win this round and the next. Because, you know, that's going to be either a perma-ban from them in the first rounds from any team that does research, or potentially a free 3 rounds in a row early on because they're able to use this Clash.
Yeah, I know I'm writing down in my notebook to keep them off the Clash and keep them off the consulate so far. Definitely writing that in my notebook before these E5 quals coming up, because you never know who you play in E5.
Real. Well, you know, that's the greatest part about being a caster, is you learn the game from teams, you also get to learn the teams themselves. I get to learn their habits, and that might be good as a player. Good for me once. Not actually. Well, it's definitely not good for Skuda, as he just runs into the arms, the loving arms, dare I say, of TK. Well, and Trist finds Millie as well, with the skeleton key, if I heard that audio correctly. A continued flood of third floor. Badger finds Perseus. It's a very spread out attack from Mouse 1. TK is just picking away at those flies like gnats. And, yeah, it's now a 2v4. A pretty impossible 2v4, dare I say.
Yeah, I honestly think Mouse 1 are reverting to their old ways of Cafe when they were losing. They are playing super fast-paced and solo, and it's getting them just picked apart. Skuda just runs up Visa. Maybe they had a cam on Clash and was like, hey, this is a free pick and printer. But they didn't have any information comp inside, and that's what eventually killed Skuda. It gave them the first pick. Yeah, it was traded out, but they're playing too solo.
Well, that solo play is going to be required for us. Some absolute heroics here from both these players. No trading to happen here. They're able to get TK, which is great, but Amazing is going to be found. On the backside, it's Frozen. The Clash. Finding both, actually. Just holding down admin. Or holding down main office. I mean, it's just... They're just going to... I mean, that's going to get banned. It's going to get banned in like 20 seconds here. And then,
yeah.
And then we'll see what Mouse 1 brings to the real table.
Yeah, no, that Clash is getting banned 1000% of the way. And I actually am excited to see what Sesh bans here. I would honestly opt for maybe the Grim.
Ooh.
And they're going to go for the IQ. So maybe we can think about maybe some Pulse or Echo plays or even like Vigil plays, or the Valkyrie, of course, is up as well.
Yeah.
I don't
feel like,
mind it.
I like it, especially if you're going to be changing your comp away from playing Clash heavily and playing more Intel ops like Valk. I think that's a good call of like, all right, well, because in these last rounds, they really haven't played anything that would require an IQ to be played. Now that Valkyrie, or now that IQ can be found and no more Clash on the board, let's default to more of an Intel kind of hit, or Intel kind of comp. We see the Maestro being played, the Valk being played, and they're playing on first floors, or the split site here, which is going to completely throw off Mouse 1. It's throwing me off currently.
Dude, this is one of my favorite sites on Consulate just because of how technical it can get. Because a lot of teams know, oh, hey, you just basically give up mid-floor, you play upstairs, you play downstairs, kind of thing. Or you can play mid-floor, but it's just a little bit harder sometimes because there is a lot of areas that they can come from or walls that can open up on that A site. And also just the open window in the middle of the site that if they take Visa from, you're kind of screwed. So I love this site. I love watching people play this site, and especially Maestro and Valk is a necessity site. So is usually like a Pulse, but you see they're going to be running the double Nitro. They're going to be running it on Valk and Bandit, while Bandit plays this garage wall and makes them not get that garage presence early, because a lot of attacks will start off the garage side open.
I will say I think this might be a pretty big site for Mouse 1 to finally get their first round, as it does require them to be split up a little bit more, and it seems that Mouse 1 does love when Team Sesh is split up. They want to find their isolated members, and they want to find their isolated 1v1s, because that's kind of the way that they play, right? They just keep finding the isolated player. They just kind of guns out, guns blazing, and it might be found here. It's actually just Skuda just being found by Badger. So Team Sesh now is just winning their ones instead of Mouse 1. striker of Amazing is going to be heard hitting the barbed wire, and there's another 1v1 going to the favor of Team Sesh. Yeah, Mouse One's kind of lost their luster.
Yeah, they're still doing the solo plays. I mean, I think Scuda was trying to maybe walk down security stairs there onto the Maestro, and also Amazing was trying to walk down secret stairs on the Veleno, and they just gave 3 ones. And unfortunately, Badger and Veleno win their ones more than Scuda and Amazing have so far this game.
Well, now the solo plays are going to be ended up towards Tellers. It's a run out from Veleno to be able to find foe. So no more hard breaches. And the Maestro crams are going to be a little bit difficult for Mouse One to deal with. They do have 1 more Ash charge. And 2 breaching charges if those Maestro cams are found, as well as Triss finding Frozen, which is, you know, that's a nice kill. But they do still have to worry about the 2 Nitros of TK and Millie, who are still playing basement, still waiting to play those Nitros off of, I believe, a Maestro camera as well as a Valkyrie camera. Millie is holding down the fort to allow TK to get the timing. But do they know about Triss lurking down Spiral? Triss needs to go absolutely nuclear here. Find 2, but he's going to be spotted out. Veleno and Badger getting that identity found. And Perseus is found from the vert, potentially being red herring. But now they know exactly where Triss is. He goes for the prone. He gets 1. The Valk running around past the bullets, able to get an easy headshot on the prone player. And Team Sesh are they're just making fun of him at this point.
Yeah, Sesh is just showing them that they probably shouldn't have gone consulate. You know, I don't think Mouse One is really a consulate team from how they've been attacking. Who knows? Maybe their defenses are pristine and they're gonna 6-0 on defense. Who knows? But right now their attacks are solo, not winning gunfights, and they're kind of playing scared. Like they're making their sweet time with it. Other than Scuda. Scuda's kind of running in there and getting first pick. And then the second they lose that first pick, they kind of just play scared and slow way down.
Yeah, you know, we always talk about Siege being like a momentum game. Actually, I'm going to scratch that point. I'm just now realizing we've been talking over and over that like Mouse One's team, like the way that their team plays and their whole flow is that, you know, they have very loose strats and they kind of just want to fight and like win gunfights. Just realized that their name is Mouse One, as in like that's all they do is shoot. Like that's just like their also like their team identity. Like that's why they chose the name Mouse One.
Hey,
are we stupid?
I mean, I'm blonde. I have an excuse for being dumb. Like it's very known that I'm not the brightest.
No, that's why I do a play-by-play, man. I just yell really loud. I just talk really fast.
Got that auctioneer.
Oh, I don't know if I can talk that fast. That's numbers. Numbers scare me. Well, Mouse One needs to talk really fast, as they need to get something going really fast, as they are still struggling. Once again, TK on the Valkyrie. I think, yeah, that really was their plan with the IQ ban. Just be able to get these black eyes everywhere and not allow them to get any kills. Perseus now 0-4-0 on the Iana. You know, it's a choice. It's actually another choice to be able to find Veleno. It's a free kill for Scuda, who lurked into the basement somehow. Might be able to find that bottom Spiral player, Badger, and does. Free Fire is gorgeous. Scuda finding a great gap here, and might allow Team Sesh to be broken away from. Now just have to look at the Spiral players. Frozen going down Spiral. Bo is actually going to be dropping the diffuser, and they still have Triss playing towards this first floor, but Scuda is still floating, finding a 3rd kill, potentially going for an ace if they choose to, but it's actually Bo ripping away TK off the pillar. Triss is going to be finding the last remaining member of Team Sesh, and it's a flawless round for them to bring themselves back on this attacking side. Beautiful kill there, and honestly, just great heroics.
Yeah. That was a beautiful heroic play from Scuda. That 3K was beautiful. I only got to see the cage shot, unfortunately, and it was a great shot onto Badger. But how did he get into sight? Where was the gap?
I think it was through server.
Was it server or was it yellow? It could have been yellow, right?
No,
Yeah,
because he went like
TK was
security
playing
side.
yellow.
Yeah, he was security
Okay,
side.
yeah. He totally had a gun like pallets and walked in and killed their cafeteria player and walked in security probably. That's totally what happened. Hey, they got the round though. That's what they're probably looking for. I know there's a lot of teams that when they go to a certain map and it's their map pick, they know they usually are going to get the short end of the stick. Sometimes teams will get them the defense. Sometimes teams will get them the short end of the stick and give them the attack. But maybe Mouse One is really only looking for 1 or 2 attacks. Like maybe they're probably not even stressed. They got their 1 attack. They know what they need to do at the end of the day, and they're just looking to get into the defenses. And maybe they're just waiting for a 6-0, 5-0 on defense.
It is Consulate, a pretty defensive-sided map. I would love to bring up like the stats and like the nerd numbers of like. Well, Consulate has about 75% win rate on we don't have. This is actually the first Consulate game of Blitz, so I could use like reload stats or like NAL stats, but this is Blitz. Is that really an apt comparison? Maybe not. Maybe not the greatest point. However, Team Sesh is showing that it's maybe like I would assume this is going to be a 5-1. So Consulate maybe being a 5-1, or maybe Team Sesh should just go to that Consulate.
Yeah, maybe this was just the completely wrong map pick for Mouse One. Maybe they underestimated Sesh, or Sesh has no VODs right now. We're gonna see an entry fight.
Well, Scuda thought he had a great timing and a great gap like previously. Trish is actually gonna be able to clean up some of the pieces that Scuda left, but Perseus is going to be another piece for Team Sesh to scoop up. An 0-5 performance from that guy. I'm sorry to bring up. Hate to be that guy to bring up the stats and everything, and it's a little bad, but it's all good. Still winnable though here for Mouse One. Some heroics may be required, but 3v4. I mean, this is a closer round as long as they don't get C4'd from underneath. Badger with Pulse able to weed out a lot of these players, and they are first floor this go around, so bunkering down on the first floor, I would say.
It's gonna be a hard position for them with the bunker, but to be fair, Mouse One doesn't have a lot of vert right now. The Ash and the Sludge are both gone. Your 2 really good vert players are gone. We have another Finka boost in pockets that will help them with a little bit more health for Trist to go take more of these gunfights. But really, we need to see Amazing and Seinfeld kind of step up and start helping out. We have Perseus 0-5, and then we have 0-4 Amazing and 2-4 Seinfeld. Like, I'll bring up the stats. If you don't bring up the stats, I'll bring up the stats. Because at the end of the day, you got to try and help out your team as much as you can. And yeah, Seinfeld's planting. He's getting the bomb down. He's really helping his team with these executes. But we got to see a little bit more, whether like the entry flex side kind of picks.
And there's exactly that pick that's required. Amazing rooting out the pulse from underneath and finding a second player that is down below. It is now just Valino and TK. In a 2v2, as foe was found on the backside. Amazing now having some time to get back up to join his teammate, but it's TK with a 180 frag from both sides. Caught between a rock and a hard place. But the SMG-11 has enough bullets to fight back on that. And Team Sesh finding their 5th round of the defense.
Gross. Those were beautiful shots. I just really hope Sesh doesn't get into the mindset of, hey, we're 5-1, let's get aggro on these guys kind of thing. I want them to still understand that this is a total losable game and that they can, they gotta kind of keep themselves a little bit disciplined. Clash ban is expected. Blitz ban is expected. Blitz is very strong, especially for hitting certain gaps that Mouse One may be like, hey, we're weak on gaps right now. They're hitting a lot of gaps. Let's take that away from them, or something like that. I haven't seen their consulate, but this is their map pick, so they know it best. And if they don't like the Blitz and Monty going against their defensive consulate, they're gonna take it out.
Bring back the point that I was making, or that I was saying that I wouldn't do earlier. But I was actually really curious about what the consulate statistics are. In NAL currently, the consulate has been played 3 times, and it is currently 52% win rate defender side, 47.
Wow.
It is like split down the middle. It's 19 to 17 rounds. So you know, a little different from Blitz here.
Yeah.
As Team Sesh has 5 defending rounds over Mouse's 1 attacking round. Not the 3-3 that those stats would tell me.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely not NAL, that's for sure. I was watching a few of the
sure.
console games on NAL, and there was a lot of rushes going on, and a lot of, not really, actually a lot of spawn peaks. I didn't really see any spawn peaks going on from the NAL guys on console. Did you?
No, not that I could really remember. Because I feel like all the consulate runouts are pretty, like, figured out. And I think we're seeing that right now from Team Sesh. Look at the bans this go around, though. Blitz and Monty are the 2 shield bans for Mouse, which allows the Blackbeard, which is picked up. Amazing. Speaking of spawn peaks, going to be shot down from that spawn peak. Yeah, that's not a great kill to just throw away like that. But they do that a lot, so, you know, ball.
Yeah, no, Sesh is going to take that entry pick every single round, and I'm pretty sure they almost have every single round. Team Sesh is looking great on these first initial opening kills. Like, it has, from my short-term memory, it has mainly gone Sesh's way.
Yeah, especially recency bias aside, or recency bias included. Definitely Team Sesh's go-to here. Low playing. Backstanding. Great spot. But speaking of bad spots, Trist is found, and there goes that back bending player. So no more power positions really for Mouse 1, except for a Nitro to find Millie. They still have the Blackbeard available, and Scooter from Big Desk gonna be found, and now he's gonna find the Blackbeard. So he knows that he's not long for this world very soon. The push immediately setting him down, sitting him down, frozen, finding a second kill. And there's Velino to be able to shut it down and bring Sesh to match point.
Hey, I did say near the end of Cafe that this map was not going to be close. This map is going to be one-sided for either team. Yes, my predictions pre-game at all was 2-1 Mouse 1, but Sesh is just playing better Siege. They're playing better Siege, they're playing more disciplined, and they're also just playing together a little bit better than what I would like to see out of Mouse 1.
Yeah, it seems Mouse 1 is also a little tilted, as we saw, as we see in the all chat. Little upset about how these rounds have been going, especially that last round. You know, they're a little upset about just, you know, spamming good round in chat. And, you know, I'm not like a psychologist expert. I dropped out of my psychology minor before I finished it. But I don't think that their mental is very intact. I think if you're spamming good round when you lose a round, you're not very happy. I could be wrong. You're the pro player. You can kind of maybe double check, maybe fact check me. But I don't know if they're really happy.
I'm flattered you said pro, but don't worry, I'm nowhere near that. So, thank you though. But no, I mean Millie typing good round, definitely getting in their heads. I mean, he's 1-6. If a dude 1-6 is spamming good round to me, I'm getting a little pissed off. I won't even lie. I'm down 6-1 on my map pick, and a guy going 1-6 typing good round. Yeah, I'm gonna be a little upset, you know. But at the same time, they also put themselves in this position. This is their map pick. If they're the team that's going down 6-1, 5-1 on the half, like that's their fault. You can't really blame anybody else but themselves.
I completely agree. Perseus did really show up in the first map of Cafe. He was the second frag, close behind Trist by the end of it. But this go around, not looking great. Team Sesh now giving a lot of problems for Mouse 1 to have to deal with. This go around is going to be a Capitao, a Glass, and a Blackbeard as a combo. So Mouse 1, you know, they haven't really been able to solve the whole shield problem other than banning it, whether that be Clash or now the Blackbeard. But now they're adding another layer of the Glass to making it even more difficult to make things happen.
Dude, I love the Glaz picks. I've seen it a lot in NAL recently. I've actually been running the Glaz a lot recently in ranked games. Not in comp, not gonna spoil anything before any qualifiers come up. But the Glaz is looking amazing, and the Glaz is feeling amazing, and it is actually a really good dynamic now.
That's actually a drop from top yellow, and there is the Glaz to smoke out Trist. But Scuda has the glasses, but it's actually a spam from Amazing to shut him down. So it's effectively a 4v4 as Frozen is going to be spotted. A swing in from Millie and from Badger to shut down Foe, and they're actually getting where usually an Amaru would be planning. Amazing finds Frozen, and Scuda's able to piece together some more. Now, as the dust starts to settle, 2v2 post plant. Nomad air jab pushing Perseus back and exposing where they're playing. Scuda's going to be found on another air jab. That's going to clue in Team Sesh that it's going to be a run out, and Perseus finds a great Nitro Cell. The first Claymore being found, there goes the second. Badger forced to be able to get Perseus off the counter defuse, but Scuda gets a great timing to run out and shut down Badger. And Mouse 1 find their second defending round and keep themselves in Consulate.
That was a good defense. They identified the push. They knew they were going to just stick with that half wall take. You saw Seinfo still played there and like didn't leave his spot, even though they kind of took a little bit of second, showed the presence top yellow and bathroom side. He stayed there. He stayed where he was needed, and he died. Don't get me wrong. Sorry, I just lost audio.
You're chilling. You okay? You back?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. I hear now. I can hear stuff now. That was a great round. Sorry about that. I don't know what just happened. It just all went silent. I don't know if I lagged out there. But great round for Mouse 1. You know, Scuda and I believe it was Perseus brought it back down. You know, they played very well together. They knew he had to run out yellow. The Nitro on the guy bottom, not on Repel, was actually a really good Nitro. And you know, Mouse 1 are still staying in this game. They're not giving up. You can't really tell that they've given up, like they're like GG or whatever. They're just done with the game. No, they're still fighting for this. They want to get their rounds back. They want to see if they can take this OT.
One of my simple pleasures of being a play-by-play is like during prep phase. That's like when all the trash talk happens. So like while my wonderful colors make great point, I just get to like bring out my popcorn and read the all chat, and it's just so fun. I love like Scuda say that Valino, this is the first time he's going positive in 20 games. It's really silly to me. I don't know. I come from a different esport where trash talk in comp games aren't very common. But it's very common in ranked, but just like the different verbiage and vocabulary that's used from both games are always very just entertaining to me. Speaking of entertaining though, Deimos is just automatically dead. Scuda with the Nitro throw to get the Deimos out. That's gonna make some of these extended players of like Scuda and Trist to be feel a little bit safer.
Yeah, no, that's a great first pick, especially because you know he didn't waste a utility right there. Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow. Okay, Valeno definitely just was scared. Like he might need some new pants after this one.
That was a shit your pants flick if I've ever seen one. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh hell no.
What is Scuda doing? He's just standing there in the open. What's this guy doing?
We might be seeing Mouse 1 just be completely picked apart by Team Sesh. Yeah, you don't have the Deimos strike. What? Perseus is back to Valino and to TK.
What is Mouse 1 doing?
Mouse 1 might have money on this match as Valino's able to find a third kill. Oh, now the last remaining member of Mouse 1. Reminder, this is Serious Point. This is an elimination match, potentially, as Foe now has to get a 3K to be able to keep themselves in the series and have to win 6 rounds in a row or 5 rounds after this to be able to just go to a map 3. You know, all the stakes are piled against Foe. All the cards are against him. Dokkaebi Hack is going to expose where Foe is playing an aggressive angle from Pillar. But now he's just going to be faced with TK. No melee allowed as Valino's from the backside, able to shut him down instantly. GG's in all chat here, Holy, and that is going to be the end of the series. Team Sesh with a very fast 7-2 victory on Mouse One's own map pick of Consulate. That's going to be a 2-0 win for them.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, you know, beating a dead horse here, it wasn't going to be a close game. It was either going to go Mouse One or it was going to go Team Sesh, and it went Team Sesh. You know, they played better Siege at the end of the day, and you know, I really wish we got to see Mouse One, you know, fight back on Consulate, especially on their own map pick. You know, really see their full potential, but I just don't think we could have. There were some great shots from both teams, great rounds from both teams, especially Cafe. Cafe was a beautiful match. It was super fun to cast. And just watching these guys play, it's fun to watch these guys play. Like I love casting. I may be a comp player, but casting is a lot of fun.
Well, it's always good to have you on the desk with me. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure to watch a team like Mouse One, you know, have some momentum in the early rounds in the early map, and then, you know, Team Sesh just be able to put on a clinic of how to play comp and really show off what they're made of. And they're going to be pretty formidable foes as now they have officially qualified. Yay! Team Sesh is going to be the next team to be going into the playoffs of BGS. Oh, Phase 3, sorry, I'm so sorry, I misspoke. Into Phase 3 of BGS, joined with a couple other teams. And we're going to be seeing some of those other teams fight for qualifications, including Invictus versus Cincinnati on the other side of the bracket. And that is going to be the next best of 3 series after this. It's been your boy T-Van, joined by Holy. Thank you so much for tuning in for us. But we got one more best of 3 coming up. Holy, just out of thin air before we get out of here. What is your prediction of Invictus versus Cincinnati?
I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea which team is which team. So let me look real quick.
Yeah, I'm putting you on the. It's the Duck. It's
Invictus.
Duck. You don't believe in Duck, bro?
Unfortunately, no. I think Invictus wins this out. I think Invictus have been looking amazing. I've been seeing a lot of their screenshots on Twitter and also some of their clips from some of their players. And they just look really good. They look like a great team.
Well, I believe in my collegiate boys. I've been able to cast them a couple times, and you know, this one's for Botanic, my glorious king, and for Duck. But again, that's not for us to be able to cast. We're just gonna be able to watch it from our couch, from our cozy little homes. You guys will be able to do the same thing here soon. That is it for Team Sesh versus Mouse One, and we'll be catching you guys soon after this quick break, guys.
Laundry wall not open. Looking for an execute. Players on hatches. Player trying to go through boilers. They go for a plant on the wine wall, 3v3, and once again, one player standing up on top of the table, and the shot from behind. There goes one, there goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds a third Scoob. All 3, the 1v3, and suddenly Space Shoes have given themselves an advantageous half.
Full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Trady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shock. Playing from Pantry. 2 out of their name. The TSW. The run out from the other side. No way they get a third from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what to angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, if the slightest angle could be there for space, the run out, they know they can't go further. Oh, no chance for it.
Point where the clock is here, and all he has to do is shut down the plant. It's going to be Jetcon going for it. Bill is going to be down. Poison finds one. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
Smoke kills Finn. They have to stick the plant. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch.
Slight damage, or they do some slight pressure onto Unstoppable, who's still completely full HP, but now you've given up where your full bro of your execute is coming from, and Hush have repositioned just to meet you there.
Here it comes. Solaire swings, puts some damage down. Rival down to 17 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked out through and said, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now a 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion
pick as well. Although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter diffuse, but he's able to get them both in 1 mag.
These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just 1:30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on the border attack, and even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky, doesn't even need the smokes. 2 delay, and it's a triple.
Oh my
They just
god.
don't check the angle they just died from.
Castle to push him off of Solar, but in doing that,
Control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting up the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man counts. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Didi as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds 1 onto Slime. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the user safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on the Sazami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Sazami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one to Sentier. The Ying's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Poison does well to find 1 kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second node. What are 1 HP doing? They've lost the fuser in the middle of bakery, and they have no idea what poison is. They have no more eye-track scanners, and aerial rivals have all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Escape wins the round and the game for Aerial Rise. How did they let that happen?
Dying.
lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys? And
to directly duel this player inside of Control Hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on to Kiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. He's gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Well, it's the kill Moses, and he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
Defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps 1. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
They've got sight. Didi's going to drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? He's got to make a lot happen here. He's got to get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. He's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully. There's still 2 players you got to watch out for. You got one above. You got one just a staircase. And I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swings. That's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP. The diffuse begins. Does he get the sound cue? Yes, he does. Here comes the Chow. He doesn't see him. He's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go. No! Oh, and the sneak.
Much time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move here. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's going to get the pick on the beat off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer or get the bomb down. The Packer's going to be hiding the Rat's bomb, but Cassia wins it. He gets the prediction and ends up punching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
And now they're going to drop down into the fireplace and hopefully go...
Chaos from above. Look at it. The wood floor is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever you are, says Embryo and Snake. Poison's just kind of walking, and he might be able to stop in there. It's now 3v3. Deity drops it. Look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain, so they're gonna have to also get into sight if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop in through the window, and they're gonna get shut down. Poison. See you later, Alligator. JJ the captain. It's 5-1. It's halftime. It's JJ, the man of the hour.
And Donkey's the one to win 1, win 2. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid.
Redmine as well. Poison fighting his demons. Gets that pick. Diffuser is wrong. It's immediately refracting. 10 seconds left. Smokes continue to fly out for wounds. Such low HP. Getting it another one as well. All of them to Inreal. He finds one. He's trying to go for this last pick. He's going to win it. Does it? Inreal with the clutch.
That's going to be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds. And hold on. 86% at a disadvantage for nearly the entire round. We're going to now push themselves in a man advantage. Not only that, but Adam is going to be TVing over. There's not going to be a time to be able to resin. However, don't count JM man out just yet. Making it a 1-1. Don't make it an ace. The C4 narrowly misses Jake Pistol. Put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in check. JM man with the ace.
Win this round. Now we're going to see Twift make his way up the long hall, and he's going to get the first pick. He is off pick. He's going to get 2. They think he get a third here. That's massive. And he almost falls and throws it to Emilio. But no, he can't do it. Tor denied the back-to-back championship. Deny JJ another trophy. And win Blitz Season 2. 3-2.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. Third kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the
going down. It doesn't look like going to Park is fully down from the attackers, but it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Benzo before Alex gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. But Mike W, this one he gets 2! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a 3rd! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all this stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets a 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh! No way we're contesting it for mid-red. Finally, the second kill. Finally, is it clear there from John's on the ram, and here comes the Amaro. He's going to be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden, it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The all chat immediately.
Pick, and we might see Thermite go down to a Legion, but he does get finished off.
But they will again have the fight.
The hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're getting a little top.
Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top row, wins that fight against Inreal, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets Rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Vandal has to defend against both Scary and Scoop. But as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoop, who's completely locked up by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away. Potentially have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back at him to deal with, and one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab, naded, and finished off.
I don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers.
They already know where his position is. Fluffy Aimers.
Up sectors, what's going on here? Now,
flying towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers. And Ariel, welcome to the grand final.
Revive Kiru, bring things back to a 1 versus 2, but that boss G is going to be very dangerous. Especially with that shot on the Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch with the...
Might be flying towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Maker.
Him. Yes, Twist is also just trying to get what little Vert he can done with that DMR. One player's down, but two fall to a C4. Yes, now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2, effectively a 1 versus 3 if they can get Q up. And now any and all gaps you can have to get into the site are, well, they're going to be difficult.
Oh, the timing! 3v2 post plant. Yeah, user down, but they need the kills. Bryonyx now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor. Bryonyx can watch it from above, but he drops down. Blocker dies. Bryonyx now in a 1v1.
No way.
Getter inside a Teller's shotgun. It's going to be preferable here for Bryonyx. He needs to get this goal on the castle. Looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Bryonyx now holding behind the shower stall. They are
this is insane.
In circles. Has to get on this diffuser. Bryonyx needs to kill. He'll get it. Invictus come.
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. Maybe he's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. With 10 seconds to go, Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression, but he might have waited too long. Is now on 0 seconds left. He's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser. And like his Empire have booked their ticket to the Blitz.
Player down, but they do manage to at least find one on the Lunar. It's going to be for Toaster. Who found one, who finds 2. He could make this happen. One of them is down. Both are down. Actually, if you look so down, they can just find the Toaster. What happened?
Mine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned, though, no one's been dusted, but man, oh man, Shrady's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines aside of everybody, and there it is, but you're trying to get in if you're Space. The timing's just not right. You win both! 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous...
Dami even to get back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. One Toxic Babe still available for the smoke of Aerial Arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. But you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The little HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12.
Only 2 players remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got Alliance Gather freezing them in place. Here comes everybody. He still has some press to the side of the map. He's gonna might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat, and now decides to kind of switch. Epic now controls the outer area as the offense is now inside. He's just gonna completely go back into their spot. What's going on?
Oh my god, 2 players. The man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets two. He almost gets the third. All he has to get is one more gunfight. And he's going to get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3. Denying match point to Fluffy Aimer.
Range is between 0% and 5%. Black
Phantom Legion. And now it's all down to Dead. Dead in a 1v2. 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse of Phantom Legion. They're going to make this work happen. Oh, great pick there to rival. That was the star player shutdown. Dead at 4 people later, only at 16. And Free Fire comes through and clutch it up. It's a collapse for Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind this is
deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill. Can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait. The C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the Kate clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Ryrai. He just had to land the Free Fire, but the C4 forces him out of position. 4-1 to Fluffy Aimers. My bad. And we do head on to the next round. This is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
Bolts or something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave at the first sign of danger, not even getting to these fixating bolts himself yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Goal. Good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of rival, and the class is still holding strong as well. The asphyxiating bolt goes out, but it's going to have no impact as Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50, he's going to go down instead. His teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said you had the Midas touch. Anthony has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one Kiva barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Thor are more than willing to let him waste it. As he's just maneuvering around, trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one.
That it could be the X factor here. And while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not open. Looking for an execute. Players on hatches. Players trying to go through boilers. They go for a plant on the wine wall. 3v3. And once again, one player standing up on top of the table, and the shot from behind. There goes one, there goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds his third Scoob. All 3, the 1v3, and suddenly Space Shoes have given themselves an advantageous half.
Full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Trading what? May not matter though. Connection from Shock. Playing from Pantry. 2 out of their name. The TSW. The run out from the other side. No way they get a third from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted calling GG. Knows they have this control, but if this brightest angle could be there for space, the run out, they know they can't go further. Oh! No chance for it!
But the clock is here, and all he has to do is shut down the plant. It's going to be Jet time going for it. Bill is going to be down. Poison finds one. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
The smoke kills Fins. They has to stick the plant, and all of a sudden Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch!
Slight damage, or they do some slight pressure to Unstoppable, who's still completely full HP, but now you've given up where your full wherever your execute's coming from, and Hush are in position just to meet you there.
Here comes Jalaire swings, puts the damage down, level down to 78 HP. The big window's hot, he just walked out through and says, hey, how you doing? I lift you, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now a 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet, rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion
as well, although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter diffuse! But he's able to get them both in 1 mag! These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just a minute 30, Outlast Black still got these.
It feels like we just wrapped up with T3 leagues, but ultimately it was just that we wrapped up with T3 leagues in the old era of Siege, which is kind of the only thing that matters at this point. We're knee deep in what Siege X can offer from a competitive standpoint. We've already seen what the pros are doing a little bit so far. Some of those results are starting to trickle in. Most of the regional leagues have already happened, but we still kind of need to figure out what it's like at lower levels, and that's what Blitz is here to do, especially if there's a lot of weird things that people were to do in T3 already. You add Siege X to the mix, and it's just about to get even crazier. I'm Jacob, he's Scott. Somehow we cross paths literally almost never up until this point. So dude, how are you doing? And when was the last time you were on a Siege cast?
I'm doing good overall. Thanks for asking, by the way. Last Siege cast, I think, was actually also Cincinnati. It was not too long ago. So
oh, nice.
It's been pretty interesting. It was a grand final. I think they lost to Fisher for a Playfly cast. So that was not one that they were really happy with at the end of the day, especially since they were worried about Akron, who they were prepping for in the first place, and Fisher out of nowhere managed to take them down. So we'll happen to see him again. So hopefully they'll give a better storybook ending for him. Come on, Duck Duck, we believe in you. But
we've already finished up one of the upper bracket games so far. We saw Sesh beat Mouse 1 just a couple minutes ago, but now we got to do Cincinnati Red and Invictus for the second upper bracket game. Both of those, or a team Sesh is going to qualify, someone else is going to join them in qualifying out of the group stage and getting into group stage, or the second section of said group stage at this point. So one of them's got to advance, and at least from first glance, somebody's got considerably more Liquipedia pages than the other, which seems to paint the picture that one team might be a little bit more experienced or has been doing this for a bit longer than the other squad. But that might not end up being the case. We might not get a 2-0. It could be Cincinnati Red losing out quickly, but we're going to find out right here.
Yeah, I think if you're basing off of Liquipedia pages, pretty much all 5 for the side of Cincinnati's roster here have quite a large repertoire in front of them, right? And behind them, I guess we should say at this point. And there's probably plenty more for them in the future. They typically spread out when it comes to trying to play into Tier 2. They'll sometimes divulge around, and they used to at least before, for normal Tier 3 play. Playing as this roster is something I think they're kind of experimenting with as a whole, especially seeing the success that Akron had, you know, making that larger jump on up to Tier 2 as a full 5 stack, having more time to prep and play with each other, which is something that Collegiate kind of gets in comparison to having the T3 side, where these teams, let's be honest here, Jacob, they have one bad game, they kick a player out, and then it's a Twitter circle to try to figure out who's going to fill into that slot. I think they're trying to experiment more with that, and the roulette of T3, right, for roster. So I think they're trying to, you know, rely a little bit more on the 5 that they have. Though one of these players is not a Cincinnati player. They're actually an Ohio State ex-player for that school. They have an imposter among them.
Well, if they're able to make things work out, then maybe they just keep the roster together for as long as it keeps on working at this point, just because with the turnover being as crazy as it is, to your point, if they're able to make something work for about a week, then why not 2? Why not 4? Why not 2 months at that stage? So we'll keep on seeing how they're able to advance, but they've already got wins under their belt so far. Cincinnati Red had that 8-7 victory against LFS, and Invictus beat Outlast Black, which I think a lot of people would look at and immediately think Outlast B probably going to be the favorites in that matchup, but it wasn't to be. So they're coming in already with Nesta. Is a dog playing this game? Hang on, back up. Back up, what? I love this. I got confirmation from production. Nesta is in fact a dog.
If you're not good enough at it,
as
use
if
your
I couldn't
fingers.
see that already. Like, what?
What is that? What is that quote beneath Invictus at the bottom there? If you're not good enough at it, use your fingers. What is the context for this?
I'm a little scared about what that might mean.
I'm extremely concerned. And then 2 people just don't exist
I'm
overall.
concerned for us for the fact that we read it. Wait, does everybody have quotes? I want to know what Cincinnati's is. Come on, show it to me, baby. No quote. Welcome to the net. Oh, okay, got it. That makes sense. Yep, and everyone's player portraits are about as sexy as I anticipated that they were going to be. The problem is Cincinnati Red only got an 8-7 victory over LFS. Invictus did beat Outlast Black in overtime. So again, Liquipedia pages be damned. There's something Invictus has going better for them than Cincinnati Red does. So I don't know. We might have a pretty even BO3 on our hands right here.
I just want to point out we also have 2 animals kind of fighting off against each other right now. You've got Pup and you've got on the opposing side a dog. What breed was that? Nobody answered me on that question. Very pretty dog, but we have 2 dogs going at it. So we're going to make plenty of they've got that dog and them sort of references throughout the broadcast. But speaking of references, we got to refer over to the maps that we're actually playing. What, 5 maps for Siege X ended up getting substantial reworks to be, you know, newly renovated with all these little new gadgets and goodads that you can go and shoot down and cause a bunch of paralyzing effects and shoot down the beepers and everything else in between. But you don't really have to worry too much about that. What we're going to worry about is what the bands were heading into this one. They did face off prior to each other in a previous qualifier, or just a couple days ago, I think it was. Nighthaven Labs, it was max OT. Cincinnati actually ended up taking the loss against Invictus there.
Same thing on Club and normal OT, did not require all of it, and the only map they ended up winning was on Border, but they felt confident they were going to be able to play through Chalet. They opted to pick that one. They thought it would be a different ban, of all things, from Invictus in the conversation I had with Duck prior to this, but ultimately it ended up coming down to a different choice of Chalet. My favorite map, and Border will be that finale, which is good for Cincinnati, if you could argue, since they already took that win prior in the series.
Well, in the event that we do need Border, that was the map that Invictus beat Outlast Black on just not too long ago, so there would be a repeat for them, and they had a strong showing on it, but we'll get through a couple of other maps before we get there. We'll start on Consulate, and Scott, if you haven't seen the ban phase yet, if you haven't seen how this works, two
It's
bans.
my first time at the Casters booth actually having
Both
this.
sides at the same
two
time?
bans?
Yeah.
Simultaneous? No longer do we have to go, what is it, like 2.5 minutes, what it was before, to get through each team individually?
It did feel like a long time,
We're
yeah.
actually accelerating the esports time. The viewership experience is skyrocketing, I believe, here.
Which is funny because they still make you go back and do bans later, which means they just elongate the esports experience. So you win some, you lose some. That's just how it works. But we'll get Grim Clash makes a lot of sense, especially for Clash holding on to top floor and Grim just being a general nuisance. I almost said general pest, but I think that's a little bit too much of a pun layup for this one. And Azami and Buck are also completely sensible at this stage. Azami continues to be the single most banned operator on Consulate so far over the last couple of months, and while CJX does allow you to ban 2 defenders back to back, that's not really going to change very much. However, it does leave every shield operator open for Cincinnati if they want to take it early, considering Monty and Blitz are the number 2 and number 3 most banned attackers on this map so far. But it also means that Invictus have plenty of ops on defense that they can continue to cycle through. You've got Valkyrie still up, you've got Kaid, you've got Mute, you've got Mira. There are options aplenty, so it just means that Cincinnati can get a little bit more aggressive on site now that Clash is off the board.
Yeah, Clash was actually left up in the previous series in their second map, where we saw the victory go just 20 minutes ago now at this point. I don't know if you were tuning into that one, but the Clash was a very, very large threat in presence on the field, and it was something that I think both sides didn't really want to have to worry about. More so Cincinnati. I think Invictus said, hey, we want to take a rehost. You're not allowed to ban Clash Hall walls in the all chat, but at the end of the day, I think Cincinnati are plenty fine with this. Even though this is something that they tended to actually play quite a bit. They love the shield operator, something I don't expect them to really harp on when it comes to their chance to choose out who the be more concerned about the opposing side when they switch over to defense. I think Invictus, though, will have plenty other operators to kind of pick and choose from. Go ahead and use a can opener here out from the balcony wall. Heist will go and try to break open that break room, at least create some sort of pressure, even if they fall back from this one. It's just about making sure that Invictus cannot sit still, don't have the safest of cubby holes to kind of tuck themselves away from, and make sure that the drone works that much easier when it gets down to the due process for Cincinnati and they start to step back into the actual side of the game.
I am curious which side they take from, if they want spiral drop, if they want down yellow, because Blackbeard's got options here. It might be yellow, but it's just a lot of standard USO clear, but they've got everyone else situated over on admin side, and they can take this relatively easily because defense isn't this or nearly as close. You've got presence up spiral and closer to long desk, but Cincinnati have recognized that they can basically take up to copy for free. Pop can back away for a sec. No one's immediately pressuring on this side, but neither are Cincinnati putting somebody down yellow stairs immediately to pressure from both sides simultaneously. So a little bit of a waiting game here. They've now put the Blackbeard 2 pups left, and they can continue to push on Projector. But so far for right now, just a little bit of a waiting game because the defense aren't really exposing themselves to anything here.
Yeah, Logger's playing a very good game. Passivity is key, but you have to be still a little bit aggressive in the face of a Blackbeard. Make an audio cue, try to bait out something, and Arno is no stranger to it. It's a quick run-up scenario for them, and the second Logger goes awry. It's still the stage and setup game for Cincinnati. Knowing they have that player advantage to be good, but they need to clear this player behind the shield and just behind Vending. They have plenty of utility that could be capable of doing so. Likely going to be looking more so to keep that shield around the corner and keep them safe. Highest has a lot of responsibility here as well to make sure they can leverage themselves and their teammate just short of copy. Some sort of position to try to fight from, but Cheese Boss will go and vacate the premises in that regard. Get themselves a repel to try to work in from Spiral, but instead Duck, who's taken that option first, gets a second kill for the side and puts Cincinnati now at a 2-player advantage, closing into the final 40.
Yep, they can push from 3 different sides at the same time, from Spiral, Projector, and admin side, but 2 kills in the opposite direction. Invictus just keep losing bodies too quickly. Cincinnati had 3 different angles that they could watch from simultaneously, and they'll open up with a Consulate attack. If that's a sign of things to come, a Consulate attack at this rate, I don't know, we might have a quick map.
I mean, Cincinnati do everything they needed to do right off the start. Create multiple avenues for approach, put Duck in a spot where they can continue to fight. if you're going to take admin, do so quickly, get yourself off towards copy and get a little bit of information and try not to pay too heavy of a price in the process of doing so. Yeah, damage, you're worried about long decks, but past that, there really wasn't much really in the back pocket of Invictus, and despite what I thought was initially a really good play from Logger in terms to try to keep Rue kind of honest, or RNO, sorry, honest at that point and keep them stuck in that hall, it didn't really feel like they had much intent after the fact. And if you were just going to lose your life inevitably and weren't really going to try to take a fight or force in for a crossfire, maybe would have been better prep to go ahead and work off that Vulcan canister you had already laid on that corner and maybe bait out. If there was going to be a nade, which there was one tossed just moments prior, it wasn't going to be able to make contact with that Vulcan canister if you keep that Cincinnati roster back. But either way, neither here nor there. Round one goes completely wrong for Invictus, and Cincinnati, I'm sure, still reeling off the success, but they've got to temper themselves and ready up for round two.
Yeah, it did feel like they had decent positions that they could hold back on, and then got swung from Spiral in a couple positions where they looked like they were fine through the first half of the round and didn't take too many bad engagements, but they weren't able to keep things rolling as it went on. But they'll stick to a top floor defense, or sorry, they'll stick to a top floor roam and make sure that they've got positions and utility upstairs because they've gone piano. They're not going to repeat the same site. Cincinnati did make really good time in the last round to open up the balcony wall, to make sure they got people on the rooftops early, and they knew what positions they wanted to attack, and ultimately Invictus also did give them a lot of ground. So if they're able to play a little bit more in Cincinnati's face on this next defense, then hopefully things go better for them in round two.
Down is kind of the avenue of approach here for Cincinnati. Flush out the players in the top floor, and already managed to do that when all five were sitting pretty static on site, turtling up on this second floor. It should be arguably easier, knowing that there'll be less in terms of man count capacity up there, but it's a bad step forward for Cincinnati off the rip. Up gets eviscerated, and now Invictus have that player advantage that they were incapable of gaining at all in that first round. In fact, they didn't find a single kill whatsoever to their name. Zarno is once again trying to get that forward momentum here with the shield working through West Corridor. I go and ping out a wall to align for the teammate. Hey, this one's reinforced. May need to have somebody step on over here to get some sort of impact through to this. Give us a sight line in towards Piano and see if we can work with something right now. Going to be highest role and responsibility to make sure that the drones are doing absolutely everything to ping out, and they've got a ton of information being given there for Palpatine.
Feels like RNO has already pushed up a lot faster, especially with the ace right there, so they'll be able to look into Piano. About half the round to go. Invictus have only had that one kill so far, but Cincinnati are still making good time. Palpatine with a Nitro ripped back behind Piano proper. RNO wants to make the peek. He does. Palpatine caught napping, not looking in the right direction, and Duck's got another one. So Cincinnati flip things back very quickly. There's still more pressure on the defense from Exhibition side, but now Piano's basically clear, and they're not too worried about the vertical, but they might need to be because Snecky's up top. He's got connector control. Cincinnati looked like they wanted to execute immediately. They may need to look upstairs quickly. Duck's got another one. Only two defenders left up, and now they both hold the vertical, and Cincinnati need to be aware of this before trying to plant again. Ooh, there we go. Another one for Snecky. And now all they've got left is the Mira. Can they hold on to this with 30 seconds left?
Oh, Veronic's trying to go for this big audio cube, but the diffuser getting planted, and it's a rush round for Cheese Boss as well. Cincinnati maybe getting a little bit too big for their britches, trying to play in for the 1-2, but unfortunately the timing is wrong, and the Vector takes absolutely zero prisoners and just executes everyone pushing forward, and the swings fall short. It's a big round for Invictus, especially after coming off of a flawless in round one. And so much of that is just off the pressure you still had up on the second floor. Yet Vexy was getting major good frags, solidifying a position for Invictus. And the first pick off towards Pup that put Cincinnati off on the wrong foot, where they had zero problems whatsoever on the first. It looks like this first floor is going to be continuously a problem for them, but they won't be able to play that objective for quite a while here, Jacob. Cincinnati, well, they are pretty good at this top floor, and we'll have to see it once again from Invictus.
Well, they were able to stall out on the top floor for just long enough. My big question is, and this always happens when you get into later round engagements, if Invictus don't have that roam back upstairs, if Valkyrie doesn't retake the hatch above Piano, if Cincinnati's attention isn't split between multiple things at once, do we see a 2-0 attacking half at the start? Because then Cincinnati don't have to worry about if there's someone up on the hatch. They can execute practically rent-free, and there's nothing Invictus could have done about it at that stage. But Snecky had the play, and the timing worked out beautifully. But they'll try top floor again, which Cincinnati did take in that three-pronged attack in round one very successfully. If Invictus have more pressure toward admin side, it might slow them down, but it also might spread their defense a bit thin, so we'll see how they play round 3.
I mean, remember, the big problem came down to giving up admin off early, and you had highest over the pocket can openers to get that break room wall in the first place, and admin was such an easy clearance afterwards for Cincinnati to get in. You had copy door was also completely secured. No ability to get anything more than just damage back from Invictus off towards long desk. And of course, that hot drop that came, at least the momentum that came from Cincinnati when it came to the top of Spiral Staircase, that gave them an extra frag. Feels like Invictus know where the problems were, even if there is pressure from multiple directions and that triple prong approach coming out from Cincinnati. If you can just kind of nip a couple of those smaller problems on those triple prongs, you can really stall out Cincinnati, which ultimately speed seems to be their forte. And I've talked to Duck for quite a while about this, and they said they feel like a committee team. They feel like a team that's going to be very involved individually and as a team. They can also have big players that when they come alive hot. And Palpatine looks to try to start that streak for themselves, a run out to get themselves a first. And Logger finding the frag off towards Pup. And it's Arno is worried about with the Logger 1v1. You don't have to worry about that just yet. Loggers found themselves another victim.
Well, Invictus knew when to get aggressive. It's going to mean RNO maybe doesn't push immediately towards Projector. He'll just give up the position he knows BLITZ playing in that spot. And that's the wrong operator you want to go against in this situation, considering Nesta's still got a Gersmod in pocket and might chuck it in that direction now that they know. Still takes the fight anyway. Perfectly placed headshot. Palpatine's made the rotate back up, so now everyone's back on site. No one's about to do the same aggro plays they did in the first part of the round. But Cincinnati don't have the same amount of control they had in round 1. They were on Spiral a lot quicker last time. Now they're flexing around, figuring out what avenue of approach they want. Thatcher can work with Blackbeard as they make the push toward Projector, but it's a matter of where Highest also wants to play from this side as well. 50 seconds to go. Little bit of misdirection. Cheese Boss opens up. Even the odds back out again, but the wrong time for the ADS to happen. RNO, now you don't have Blackbeard control and only 2 players left, but you still might have the ability to execute here. You don't have frags though, so it's going to be tough.
A top low initially there for Invictus. It stepped away from the second, and now even Snecky's going to try to take a couple steps and a gander the other way, but Logger's got the crossfire, and now this wall is going to be something you'll have to keep an eye on if you're Highest. And, oh, well, you got some highs, but you got especially lows right now for Cincinnati. 2 in a row to fall against Invictus. They're heading back to an objective that you had just flawless them on in round 1, and it feels like that momentum failed you in round 2, and it's become an even bigger problem for round 3. What was the biggest problem child for you there, Jacob? In those first 3 rounds, you have a chance now to ban those out if you're Cincinnati and Invictus. And I still don't know if that's going to be enough at the end of it to save what went so wrong for Cincinnati at the end of that last round.
Wouldn't surprise me if it's a Blackbeard. Yep, there we go. And honestly, even if Mira didn't see nearly as much impact in the first 3 rounds, it's gonna when you start attacking basement, because that's where Invictus now have to go in round 4. So both of those make perfect sense. And RNO had Blackbeard pushes through admin that felt like the central pushes, or that was the crux of both pushes on the upstairs sites. And when they went down to piano, and it was also wasn't too terrible of a shot in some cases here. But now that they've already made that move, you've got all the other shield ops on the board still. Again, Invictus only opting to take the Blackbeard off after they noticed that somebody was playing it hyper aggressively. And RNO might switch back to it immediately. He's showing it. He does have plenty of time to switch off of it though. And ooh, if they just took the glass going bottom floor, that one will be fun too. Invictus want the top floor set up before we get there though. So if they situate themselves on the roam with maybe 2 bodies up and try to hold on to piano to make sure that Cincinnati can't just EMP the wall for free, if they're able to keep the Kaid clause in place for maybe about half the round, then Cincinnati are going to be scrambling a little bit here in round 4.
Cincinnati and a lot of the collegiate games, they love to play shield ops, and that's more so than just the average team that loves to play shield operators right now, Jacob, as we're in a very shield heavy meta for Siege as a whole for the last few months. More so, they like to play the Blitz super aggressively, but we've not seen that be brought out, and instead they're playing a lot more passive. I think they learned something in their prior series here against Invictus. They have a lot of respect for the players individually, and they know that if somebody does heat up, it's really hard to kind of shut that down and keep them quiet. They're going to play that Monty, get a little bit of information early, play that double prong. If you don't have Blackbeard, you don't have the tank, as I like to call, that still has a weapon in front, you can switch over to a BTR. Gets a lot of information, gets that movement, but you need a gunner in the back seat trying to get the ball rolling elsewhere. It's going to be kind of a big question about who's going to be there with RNO, past just getting that extra bit of information. Duck, who's usually kind of that player stepping on into the role of being that shield op, could be the player just behind them for the time being. And Palpatine has a pretty good visual, but only damage to be dealt. And Popeye's not a player I would really like to have taking this fight. Invictus are all but willing, knowing that they have a Mark 14 EBR to take that distance.
Well, they'll smoke off Cafe. 3 players came from server side now. So Zombie in the middle of a fight. Yep. If you get ADS'd on, you've got absolutely no recourse. So you've got Glaz, Monty, and IQ all pushing server side close to Cafe. And the Maverick also just being a little bit of a nuisance on the opposite end, but the Glaz through the smoke is going to make his life an absolute hellscape. Pop in the midst of sight now, but Logger has 2 different directions he needs to look in. Snecky will find 1. 2 top frags now on Invictus. In the middle of a pinch they might not be able to get out of, but Glaz can't find Snecky. But Diffuser's now gone down at this point. Can they retake? They haven't even worried about getting the garage door, and Cincinnati have already managed to plant. Logger has to find 3 players, but Highest in the hallway takes down the Legion and Logger in quick succession. So that's a pretty good way to equalize, and now they've gotten the minimum amount of rounds they need on this attack.
And Cincinnati are totally happy with the result of the round. They've read perfectly how Invictus were going to play that one out. They needed to have a player locked in towards a pillar position. If you quickly usurp control over where that second Solus is going to be, they can't really, step back into their opposing drone. They can't have an opportunity to move elsewhere, and to keep them very honest with your Maverick that's just sitting outside garage and keep them completely silent. And it's that pressure that comes off the swiftness and stability that feels like is so perpetually there. Well, it's RNO over on the Blackbeard, or now post-ban of the Blackbeard, it's the Monty. It's going to be very hard to kind of shut down and stall out a team that has so much in their back pocket. Talk about Liquipedia pages. That's probably only a quarter what they actually have as a whole.
I promise I'm not using that as actual analysis to pick a favorite. I promise that wasn't how I came into this game.
Invictus won the prior series between these two, so even if it was
Also
picking a favorite, it obviously doesn't pan out correctly. Cincinnati had plenty of problems. 2 maps in OT, one of them a max OT, and both of them having very similar playstyles, and the only one you won being the decider map for this one. They got to survive the first 2, and hopefully they get 2 wins if you're a Cincinnati fan in a row, but they have a chance on the 3rd, and I think that's where Invictus have already made big improvements just 2 rounds in a row on this. Imagine what they could do throughout a whole map, knowing that they've already played it before and had a lot to VOD review.
Pup still only having 1 kill on the scoreboard so far. Opted for a Brava, which in the face of a Valk and a Malusi isn't a terrible pick here. Jaeger's also going to make things difficult while Cincinnati attempt to take up on the top floor. Is that Kaid who's up here trying to hold on the admin side? He might be for a minute. Since he has been doing really good at getting balcony open early, and just, even if they're not pushing on it, it's just phantom pressure for later in the round. But Kaid is making that a little bit harder, and nobody on the Cincinnati team has brought any of the EMPs to deal with it. Palpatine says, you know what, the only kills I can get in this game are the run-out ones. So Cincinnati lose RNO early, but again, there aren't EMPs to worry about opening up balcony wall. So if they want to take top floor, they're going to have to do the rest of this top floor clear manually.
Yeah, and you talked a little bit about the phantom pressure and what that can bring to the table. Look at what it did in round 1 when it came to Spiral, worried about that initial skylight, and Invictus kind of left it vacant. They weren't too concerned with it, and that was a big point to kind of capitulate what Cincinnati could bring to the table, knowing that they can kind of be an unsung and unseen hero to get these kills. And they have a Vinden play here. He goes just around, not far enough though. This player will still sit there as Logger gets the 2nd frag now for the roster of Invictus. Highest, a real chance to play into this, and Duck is just inches away from Snecky's visual as well. Why don't you, Nesta? From just around the Vinden corner. The whole team was so concerned about this, but apparently not enough to keep looking that direction, as they were very wary of that initial meeting door.
There's the one behind vending, there's people behind long desk, there's people further down the hallway top Visa stairs. I'm like, everybody is clustered up in a 2 square foot radius, and it's about to break out and become hell, and it did within about 5 seconds, especially as vending didn't die and had all those front. Was it 2? The end of Visa hallway plus the one right in front, was it 3 kills or 2? Nesta was perfectly placed. Right, it was the 2 down towards top Visa by projector door. Good grief. That's one you'll put on the clip. Yeah, it's Nesta's only 2 frags so far, but it comes at a pretty perfect moment, and now Invictus can go back to defending top floor without worrying about the upstairs roam, showing that they made a really good adaptation from round 1 into round 3. So if they can do this again, but Cincinnati have done the bare minimum for a constant attack. So if they were to win this one, it's kind of icing on the cake before they switch. For Invictus, I'll stand by it. You need to make sure you walk away with a 4-2 before you make the side swap.
Think of how much easier that would have been for the long decks player in terms of clearing them out if you actually did have somebody off towards copy. There's nothing there for Cincinnati. And they were lacking a player right off the rip. You know, RNO gets taken off on the rappel, but that's also a Dabo. There's a second layer to a bigger problem that is the giant cake in front of you, and you're trying to eat it, but ultimately you're still in the middle of making it. I feel like if you had the Deimos, you could have also used that utility to snuff out the vending player more, make sure they're 100% known that they're there. It's still kind of a big question there for Duck Duck. Wanted to make sure that that initial swing towards long desk would be valuable, but you could add a player through copy to ease those woes. But speaking of woes, it won't be a run out this time from Palpatine. Instead, it will be a quick down and a finish for Cincinnati as they will get that player advantage just 30 seconds into it and start to break open these walls. Which, look here on balcony, wall gets breached, something they completely failed to do the round prior. They even put up a Claymore to make sure no run out could go against them.
Still really good about their admin control, but now Chonka's about to... I mean, they'll be able to delay for a little bit. It's just a matter of whether Nesta can get cleared out of this break spot. And see, everything that they were really fast on to start with has slowly been nullified more and more as this attack has gone on. They haven't been able to take this quite yet, but they know intel is the name of the game, and they've not been able to spot anything yet with RMO's line scans. Now Sneaky, top spiral, he might get caught in a weird crossfire here, but Nesta's got us behind and Cincinnati are pushing from a few directions at once, and he does take down Heist and Cheese Boss, both at the same time. But now there is an equalizer from Spiral, so Cincinnati at least have control of something, but not admin side, because everyone on that side of the map has fallen off now. Duck Tolliver's got something to say about it. He'll make the bathroom breach. So bathroom and Spiral, but again, their original plan looks like it's gone out the window.
You got Pop-Up watching a window here themselves and can try to keep a crossfire set up, maybe for Duck Duck to work with. Visual, but nothing going their way. Nesta, you were so concerned about off towards admin. He lost that position entirely, but look at this, just simple spray. DB&O, Duck Duck needs to be recollected, but Pup is on the complete opposing side now, working for that pressure on admin that the team forego right off the rip. And way to make matters worse there, Nesta. Just burn him down, why don't you? And it's a simple 1v2, though Nesta already an extremely low HP. Won't take too much from Pup, and Nesta's already done enough for one. Just looking to add more to the repertoire. 4 in this round, possibly to Nesta. Could very well be the case. They'd have to take a dangerous swing, and I'm sure Logger is all but willing to let Nesta go into it if they can quickly move in for the after kill and play that 1-2. Pup is trying to work real hard into Meeting Hall, trying to play the connection. Shot gives away their position for the time being, but with 30 seconds, Jake, give you plenty of time to take a couple steps back and maybe a breather.
Well, that Selma might have telegraphed where he was attempting to take from, but he really doesn't just have that many options left. Tachanka will use the Shmika launchers. Doesn't hear anything from Pop. He's going to not look in his direction. He knew he had to take one fight and then swing back in the opposite way. He chose wrong. Right past the Tachanka in the breach and didn't even find the player back in office. So Invictus do what they have to do. A 4-2 half on a consulate defense, even if it looked a little bit shaky at the start. But Cincinnati got the rounds they needed. They move over to the stronger side. We'll be able to shake up the entire complexion of this game because we do bans again.
Where we get to waste even more time as talent in the in-between. Save a little bit of time off the rip, but you just eat it up a little bit later.
Smart.
Honestly,
Say
I would
some
take...
stat about Ops getting banned on the map. Come on, man.
I would gladly take 2 20-second ban intervals instead of one giant 60-second ban interval. So let's be totally frank. This is so good overall. And so much of Siege X has just been an absolute pleasure. But they talked a little bit about how the breakdown feels like for Consulate in the prior series. It's like the number was like 52% attacker favored, no, defender favored was the line. So actually in NL it was like 17 to 15 rounds. It was very close. And that map did not go that way. It was a very dominated one side over the other. I think it was like 5-1 at halftime. This one turning still in favor now for Invictus, but nothing that Cincinnati can't totally claim themselves back from, as it will be both shield bans coming out from Cincinnati, something I said they were likely to do. I did not feel like they would want to play against those shields. And Invictus also goes, we don't want to play against the shield. You will not bring Clash. Although you banned it against us, we're also going to do the same thing back to you. Logger is not on the defense, so they will say, okay, you can have the Vulcans. We're not going to worry too much about a Goyo.
They do leave the Azami on the board for defense, though, in the midst of all the shield bans happening. With Goyo being off the board, it may necessitate smoke on most rounds where that would usually be the default option, especially from a passive utility standpoint. But leaving the Azami up certainly was a choice, and Cheese Boss is going to make them pay for it for all of the faux deployable shields that can create at the wrong moments. And especially if Invictus decide they want to play vertical bottom up in some cases, then that may also be something where Azami can put a key ball on the floor and make sure that she doesn't get shot from that same side. Are Invictus trying to spawn peek? No gentleman's agreement, but only loses a little bit of HP does Snecky, so they'll hold back, and it looks like Invictus want the same admin overtake Cincinnati were doing from before.
Keep an eye on Snecky and Palpatine. They're considered their ego players. They will be the ones to likely go for runouts. If we see Invictus start to get a little bit greedy, maybe a little bit
Palpatine's
down.
only 2 kills came from runouts, to be fair.
that is what they have to look out for. And I think for Cincinnati, they don't really have as many ego players. You could classify all 5 of them having an ego. I would even say Arno, typically from the Cincinnati roster, is a bit of an ego. Any all-chat warriors, I feel like, in Siege for Collegiate are at risk to go for the runouts and be a cheeky little bugger. Ultimately, it will be Cincinnati taking that first loss of live pup on the toxic babes of all things, the smoke off the board. And now Invictus have a major gap they can poke and prod, knowing that the final 30 seconds should be a lot easier. Just about getting through the initial confrontation is doing a good job and make sure they clear out everything when it comes to this hall. It's just a question of, is that vending machine completely clear? How much free space is totally there for the taking?
Your area denial is really minimal now. Only had the 1 nitro cell on RNO's side, and now it's been nullified, so you've really only got the impacts, and you may be praying that you can keep the Echo alive just long enough to be the difference maker at the very, very end. But drones have also come through projector, so that could have very easily been called out if it wasn't already earlier in the round. Cincinnati have consolidated the rest of the defense back towards site. All of Invictus now are on the opposite end of the map from admin, looking for that projector push, and they're just starting to eke closer. Might be the right time for a zombie to push up, but is looking in the wrong direction. Right time, wrong move. Now becomes a 4v2 for Onyx and Logger. Both at the same time will collapse on this defense. And Invictus showing why this pick was a good one in their back pocket.
I feel like Cincinnati are so ready to say, okay, if we lose one, we have to be a team that's quick enough to refrag, which for a lot of teams can be the right choice. But Invictus have been proving themselves consistently that if you swing with just 1, we'll kill them. If you swing with 2 immediately afterwards, we still have gun up. We've not wasted 25 rounds here with the first player. We got the job done in 3 or 4. We've got 24 more rounds in our clip to handle any more players you throw our way, which is literally what Cincinnati are doing. Just throwing bodies at the problem in round 7 is a disaster to get the ball rolling off the rip. And maybe round 8 will be different. They'll head down to the first floor. They'll deal with Piano. We saw the way that Cincinnati like to play into this one. Arno and the Blackbeard down through yellow stairs. Find value, break the wall with an ace, try to get intel. Be wary about the play from up above the second floor, something that Cincinnati weren't really actually going for full clearance on. But Invictus, when we finally have confirmation of their operator face, we know they can't bring the Blackbeard. We know they can't bring a Blitz. The shield, if it's going to be up, will be a Moxie, and I don't see that getting teased by them. This looks like they're going to go the full methodical guns up, and they're going to get the roam clear done. The Deimos of all things, something that Cincinnati never got to use in full effect because Arno got dusted on that rappel on the run out from Palpatine.
Man, this entire defensive lineup feels like it got almost perfectly countered in the repick phase. Nesta went for Bravo because there's a Maestro up, and with 3 bubbles, all of them can get countered just from nothing but clutch drones. IQ is in perfectly placed to not only find where Pup might be playing the Scopos off map or off site, but is also a great counter against both the IQ and the Womai. And then Invictus have still brought enough intel in Deimos to do this top floor clear relatively unobstructed. So just from the op selection, we'll see how fast Invictus are able to move through this, but it looks like they've got all the right ops they need to work over this bomb site.
Learn about what Arno is trying to cook up here with the Maestro. It's not often you see Maestro on the board. You do. Just love here and the LMG barrowing off into the distance just on another POV. I think we'll have a little bit longer to maybe hear it in this one. It's a frag for frag. Duck gets there 1, but you lose out on Pup immediately afterwards, and 4 versus 4. 60 seconds have already passed, and pretty good time overall, but it doesn't feel like Invictus have made as many big waves early in terms of map control and congestion as Cincinnati were doing. We honestly saw that pan out previously for them in round 7. It's going to force already Cincinnati into a spot where they have to worry about yellow staircase still. They are all the way, that's Nesta now all the way outside, rotating in freely with no contestant back in. So much pressure on the second floor. And nade, you can't hide there, Duck. What are you trying to do? The nade's been a cooking, and Invictus strip away too many players to count. It's Cincinnati left with just 2 now alone.
Man, Cheese Boss was trying to hold Castle's Cross, and it was good for 1 kill, but he got sorted immediately. And now they've got this top floor control that they need. Both Highest and RNO. I mean, RNO's on Spiral, but Highest is switching back and forth between Lounge and Exposition. but still not immediately above Piano, waiting for the crosses, which is exactly what RNO is in position to do. Is he going to walk back up spot? A roaming Maestro in Year in Our Lord 2025. He's confident in this. He also figures highest has exposition, no problem, especially if Invictus want to try planning Piano side. You don't see this every day. We'll have to see if it works. It's not only risky, you can't deny with the Maestro cams when you're upstairs working on this flank. But now they're both working over different angles, and Invictus are trying to move in onto Piano. They've got pings down, but both of them are gun up. 20 seconds to go. Trying to look for an option to plant. Nesta can't figure out where this Valkyrie is, but at the last second does finally find it. RNO is up in console. He's got the vertical angle, but will he have the pings? Between a Valk and a Maestro cam, you'd think that they've got enough intel to see through this. Plan is halfway down. RNO doesn't know where he's meant to look. And if it was in position for where Maestro cams are looking at it, maybe he could have denied. But it's not to be. He'll make the long trudge down yellow stairs. But Nesta and Snecky surely should have heard someone coming from that angle. He's just going to have to walk through the door. They're both in exhibition now. He's going to have to walk in now as Invictus have set themselves up for this post plant. Time is dwindling. RNO might have had a cheeky angle, but Valkyrie just died too soon. Nesta and Snecky are not giving themselves away, and why would they? Time gets down into the 7-second range. RNO just has to stick it. Nesta pops up, and Invictus are on match point.
Gorgeous in execution. Invictus solidify themselves and make a statement piece in this round. They put Cincinnati on the back burner, quite literally now, with being at match point on map 1. I think Cincinnati were really looking for, because this was, keep in mind, Cincinnati's map pick. They wanted this map from the get-go. This was not, they banned what we were targeting and what we thought we would get in the prep phase. This is what DuckDuck was telling me 2 hours ago, that they were looking forward to play and they felt confident heading into. And they were not expecting map 2 to be Chalet. They were expecting a completely different map. Are they going to be well versed and prepped enough to deal with Invictus there? Because they have to get 4 near perfect rounds to survive through this one. With the sloppy play we've been seeing and the somewhat disjointed efforts across the 5 players in Cincinnati, this could be Invictus's way to put a giant nail in this university's back pocket. They're going to have to struggle so hard in the death throes to stay alive. Love the way that they were eventually able to try to turn RNO into a very dangerous threat, play the cutout in the attempt to the effort. You're talking about the exhibition player up on second floor. You maybe anticipate they'll try to jump out through window, head down to third floor, try to assist their player more directly, but there's no need for that when you had yellow stairs completely under control, and they had all of second floor under control with no contestant from RNO. The bubble cams, where was the information? Why are we seeing a player down on first floor peeking the wrong way when they already had Z pings just moments before? It feels just sloppy at the end of it for Cincinnati.
Well, typically you wouldn't go split side on console unless you had a strat for it. Invictus won't be able to play into garage take defaults at this point, but they're going to go in quickly. Suddenly Thatcher's already got control, EMPing off site, trying to give themselves an angle inside, and Logger will grab Duck cross map, throwing out drones, everything. They've already got Visa control, and now they can move in. They're not playing off the smokes though. Nesta's got 2 in pocket but doesn't have to use any of them. Logger might be able to get this down, but it does get denied in the end. Nesta was too late on the cross, and now they only have 2 players up. Thatcher can't be retrieved, at least not now with the vertical that Cincinnati is already established. Highest will make the rotate. RNO is already back down in basement, and the Thatcher does get finished off. So with 2 minutes, was this enough for Invictus, or do Cincinnati have the ability to lock out this defense?
Heist is such an unknown threat, and this is going to be something barreling in the back of the minds now of Invictus. Both players so close. They use the hallway hatch to drop down now in towards Locker. Try to get a more direct approach now off towards B site. No one's here from Cincinnati to deny this. The speed could be perfect, but Nesta has to worry about RNO. Now it's only Highest who's that unknown. You know where Pop was? They were up on the second floor. It's just a question of where they'll head in down towards. There's about 90 seconds left. This feels like the perfect time for Invictus to plant down the diffuser, but they went back up to first. They needed control over it, and they pay the price. Pop from up above that they knew was there. Palpatine has to rush down through stairwell, taking loads of damage from Pop once again. And it's a 2 versus 1, a desperate effort, but a diffuser plant still nonetheless going underway, and it will be impossible to deny. You've got a post plant, but what could you possibly do with it here, Jacob?
40 seconds. They were outside looking everywhere except where a bomb was being planted. And now they may have to work down server stairs. Palpatine has a 1v2 on his hands. But Cincinnati are going to play the two-man game down the staircase. At the same time, Valk's not looking. The trigger discipline from Palpatine until he looks back at the wrong moment. Highest sees him. Cincinnati save it. Palpatine doesn't take the shot on the Valkyrie, and Cincinnati keep themselves alive.
My goodness, Invictus go for the quick, cheeky rush through to go for the plant. Start getting the diffuser down. Pup from up above has an absolute insane round to contend with, but ultimately Invictus have Palpatine, the ego player that I was talking about for this roster, managed to claw back in for a chance at a 2v1 of the trigger discipline there. Something to behold. Maybe, just maybe, should have taken that shot and relocated to play a little bit more of a direct approach for the 1v1 post plant. They'll pay the price, but they still have a 3-round buffer of which to contend against in Cincinnati. I'm not seeing too much in terms of the crazy department for our bans. Valkyrie, for information, no longer up on the board. Something Invictus will be plenty happy not having in Pup's back pocket. And then also the Brava. No clutch drones for Invictus. No stripping away our information or our utility. It's a pretty interesting set of bans to get the third ones doing.
I mean, a Brava ban by itself is already rare to see, but the fact that we're continuing to see the Maestro play on defense, I think we know what RNO is comfortable with, especially given the amount of intel that they've lost in the Valkyrie, so you might as well pop a couple more cameras up in different parts of the map, even if they're not ones you can hide as readily. But I'll go back to what I said. Cincinnati went for split sight, and Invictus saw that, decided, we don't need to worry about a super sophisticated take. We're just going to rush this thing, which might mean Cincinnati had a strat and Invictus didn't. And even if Invictus came real close and Palpatine was inches away from getting a 1v2 and closing this map out early, they didn't know what they were doing on that site. So if Cincinnati are able to survive these next couple of rounds, if they would need to go back to split at the end of the map, that might be their trump card, but it's going to take winning other sites that aren't split before they get there.
Mind, they don't have the Valkyrie anymore upstairs on the second floor that was so good in the back of Pup's pocket. So if they do have to go split once again, you'll have to be a little bit more concerned because you're lacking that hero player. Though you could argue the cameras didn't do that much for him, but I still say the weapon and everything else can hit is something to envy. Quick use of the balcony breach once again. Even if you don't go for this, if you're Invictus, you keep it as Phantom pressure. But Pup said, Phantom, I'm about to make a ghost to you, and instead, it's an all-chat warrior back for Invictus's side. Snecky putting 10 up on the board now in the kill department and burying Pup again, who had a great last round. And, well, all the rounds prior to that in this one, it was a little bit silent in comparison.
I'm reloading. Attack can still work over from yellow side because there were head holes opened up by a bailiff earlier. Also still want to take on to B. I wonder if Grim puts B's down right in front of sight. He's also the one with case. Nitro from the yellow side of things downs only the Lion. Nesta's still up here, might be able to recover, and there is the Grim trying to plant simultaneously. Does he have the angle? He's getting burned by something, and in the middle of connector, Highest gets the whole engagement. Both players down by a Nitro cell and him, but here comes the Maestro, not able to get in position. They haven't burned it yet. So now RNO and She's Boss, last two members up. Logger is not recoverable based on both attackers are currently situated. But now they're going to move in, make sure that they lock it down. Cheese Boss dies cross map. It's just the Maestro to defend against 3. Invictus trying to move quickly, but now they've backed off for a moment. There are pings. Maestro might have 3 kills. They'll line them all up. Palpatine falls first. Knows about the one's yellow. Suddenly Logger's the last man in there, but he gets stopped. Several seconds left. RNO almost has the clutch, but Invictus takes Cincinnati's pick.
Cincinnati struggle off the rip. Yeah, first round, great, flawless. We argued, hey, sets the tone, right, Jacob? That was what we were kind of hoping for, right? If we see a ridiculously good game out of one of these two teams, let the tone setter be the first, but everything past that, it never felt like Invictus were ever out of the works. But Cincinnati, you argued the complete opposite. There were so many rounds we'd see Cincinnati on a just downward spiral after downward spiral. We never saw the cohesiveness, the collectiveness that we saw in round 1, the solid effort as a team overall. It felt like individuals are getting frags and they were trying to play together and coordinated, but ultimately fell very flat on their face. Their corpses dropped to the floorboards below them. Cincinnati are not going to be happy with the result that comes at the end of this map. Their map pick, might I add, in Invictus. Well, they get to head over to a map that wasn't expected from the side here of Cincinnati. Chalet up next. There are so many major points to contend with on map 1. And with how aggressive Chalet is and how attacker-sided it can feel, it never felt like Invictus had a problem on their attack. The short rounds we saw it. This could be just as tricky as this one was for Cincinnati.
On CJX so far in pro play, there are games where Consulate does lean more towards the attack. Didn't know if that was going to trickle down into the T3 trenches nearly this quickly, but so far it looks like it's going to. Cincinnati now have an upward hill to climb. Not only do they lose their pick, but they have to go to a map that they probably weren't initially expecting, to your point, and then have to go to Border, which is the map that Invictus defeated Outlast Black on in order to get to this upper bracket game in the first place. So for Cincinnati, should have won that first one. Your own pick is the only thing you really have to worry about until map 3, but now they have 2 maps to get through and is not looking too hot based on how map 1 went. So we'll take a break. We'll come back with map 2 and see if Cincinnati can withstand Invictus on Chalet.
Oh my
Just
god.
check the angle they just died from.
Castle to push him off of Solar, but in doing that,
Control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man counts. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Deity and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Deity as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds one onto Schleim. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the user safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on this Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one of the Sentier. The Ying's gonna go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Heisen has been dealt with, that's the bakery player now dead. And a flank down to white stairs catches Inrio. Poison does well to find 1 kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second though. What are 1HP doing? They've lost the fuser in the middle of bakery, and they have no idea what Poison is. They have no more eye track scanners, and Aerial Rise just have all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Escape wins the round.
Dying.
he lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys? And
directly duel this player inside of control hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on Takiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. He's gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Only has the kill mode, and he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
defenders going up this because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps 1. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is retake.
They've got Snake. Didi's gonna drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? It's gotta make a lot happen here. He's gotta get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. I think he's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully, but there's still 2 players you gotta watch out for. You got one above, you got one towards the staircase, and I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swings, that's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP, and the diffuse begins. Does he get the sound cue? Yes, he does. Here comes the Chow. Let's see him. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's safe. He's gotta go. No! Oh, and the sneak.
Much time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's going to get the pick on the beat off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer. He got the bomb down. Packer's going to be hiding in the rat spot, but Cassia wins it. He gets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
And now they're going to drop down into Fireplace. Hopefully they'll...
Some cash from above. Look at it. The wood floor is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever you are, says Enrio and Snake. Bullets just get walked watching, and he might be able to stop in there. It's now 3v3. Deity drops. Look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain. So they're going to have to also get in towards site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop in through the window, and you're going to get shut down, boys. See you later, Alligator, JJ, the captain. It's 5-1. It's halftime. And JJ, the man of the hour.
And Zonky's the one to win one, win two. And are we going to see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid.
Dreadmine as well. Poison fighting his demons, but gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. It's immediately refragged. 10 seconds left. Smokes continue to fly out through blues. On such low HP, Giddy gets another one as well. All of them to Ariel. He finds one. He's trying to go for this last pick. He's got one, but he does it! Ariel with the club!
It's gonna be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds. And hold on, 86% at a disadvantage for nearly the entire round. They're gonna now push themselves in a man advantage. Not only that, but Ash is gonna be TPO. There's not gonna be a ton to be able to res it. However, don't count J man out just yet. Making it a 1v1 across, not making an ace. The C4 narrowly misses J Pistol. Put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in his chest. J man with the ace.
To win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick. And he is off of it. He's gonna get two. If he can get a third here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all up there to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Core deny the back-to-back championship, deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2, 3-2.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. Do they know about the player that's still inside of security? Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds two. Third kill for Space. Make it a fourth. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves one map away from the...
Stop this ball from going down. It doesn't look like going to plant. It's fully down from the attackers. But it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Benzo before Alexplay gets Rival. And now he's trying to take down this Blitz. Blitz, look, Mike W gets one, he gets two! Beautiful Blitz play and gets a third! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield. And now all this stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion. And he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Window, and no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill. Finally gonna be clear there from Jox on the ram, and here comes the Amaro. It's gonna be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden, it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The Ultra immediately. I mean, I'm
pick, and we might see Thermite go down to a Legion, but he does get finished off.
Cricket, and they will again have the kite.
The hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're getting a little tough.
Technically, but the Wamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes out. Never mind, and make it a 2v3.
So we were literally just talking in the break a couple of seconds ago about how Chalet is Scott's favorite map. So now we have to go to Chalet, and Invictus picked it. Cincinnati don't know what they're doing on that map. Didn't know what they were doing in the first map. So it might be your favorite map, Scott, but everything right now is shaping up for it to be a really quick Chalet, unfortunately.
Well, hey, Jacob, look at the Liquipedia page, right? This is what your specialty is right now. Look what their Liquipedia, they have so much behind them, so much history. They've surely seen Chalet. It's never left the pool in like forever, right? They'll be plenty fine. The problem is that they just weren't expecting this one, but I would assume that they have this as a possibility. It wasn't the one they were expecting, but I'm sure it's a possibility because this was a third or fourth ban in the BO1s for Invictus, right? So this was not their first two bans. Consistently wasn't their third ban. It was more like their fourth or fifth, right? It was this late in their ban phase. And I even saw their little chart, that whole website that they share with the whole doc sheet of the team. It's actually very interesting.
They really
so
gave
this
you
was
all the insider access and said, hey,
I just mentioned Duck Deck and he just goes, here, king. And like, that guy loves me. I don't know what's going on with that. But this was something that was
never
possibly in the back pocket. Just wasn't confirmed for them. I'm hoping something goes different. They should be plenty fine on Chalet, but Chalet is a map where teams can kind of go crazy, and I feel like Invictus' playstyle should really support the fun style that Chalet can.
Look, if nothing else, the 2 wins that Cincinnati were able to get in map 1 did come on the attack, which on Chalet needs to be your bread and butter in most situations. Though, over the past couple of months, like since November, it's still been a defensive-sided split on Chalet, even if it's been like 51-49, and has been fluctuating a little bit every time we have a major tournament that changes up the data points. But if that's something that Cincinnati are able to capitalize on, especially when they're on the attacking side, that's kind of all they need to get the ball rolling, especially if it means they're able to punch through what Invictus set up. But they go back on defense, which they only won 1 time on Consulate. So we'll switch things up, because Cincinnati trying to hold on for a first half, because that looked like that was where Invictus were just able to pressure Cincinnati into so many bad corners on Consulate. But because Chalet doesn't quite work the same, hopefully we'll get an actual competitive series in map 2.
Ban out the Blackbeard, ban out the Mirror. Fairly standard bans for the map of Chalet. The big priority focus would be the Blackbeard being knocked off for Cincinnati. Something that they were already worried about on last map, right? When it came over to the second half and they swapped over to defense, they went for the double shield ban. Will they do the exact same thing? There it is. Who would have thunk it, Jacob? And again, that leaves open a whole lot, right? For Danger to have 2 shields get knocked off and go like, okay, that's good. That's plenty fine. It's going to be a bigger problem. But the Azami also has been left unbanned. The Mira is out, and the Fenrir, of all things, is actually taken out. Something that not a lot of teams, at least not Cincinnati, typically bring to the table for this map. Maybe just something that Invictus don't really want to have to deal with for this map, with the strategy they'll be bringing to the table.
By attackers.
It's dark.
A number of things. I mean, welcome to CHX, man. It's dark everywhere on Chalet now. It's dark. Like Chalet, there's some parts of Cafe that are like Chalet, I think, is the most pronounced map that looks like that, but it's not as dim because they made enough outline changes that you're still able to see everyone almost the same as you did when the lighting was brighter on the previous update. So not super distracting. Bans are still weird though, because Azami and Valkyrie both left up. The single 2 most banned defenders on Chalet are in play here, and neither got picked round 1 when you're trying to defend Library. Curious, Cincinnati have some options. They'll stick to what they know and bring a Scopos out for the first round, but Invictus on the opposite end are banning 2 ops that also aren't, I mean, I don't know. I look at the whole phase and get a little bit confused, but Invictus also didn't need shields to clear Consulate at all. They'll still opt to bring a Blitz, but Cincinnati banned shields and just gave Invictus so many other intel and utility options in map 1, and that will at least carry over into the first half of map 2.
Fancy though, so maybe they don't need the Blitz, they don't need the Blackbeard, but they still want to have something in the forefront. An interesting swing by Arno, who is not zooming in at that point, but it's a speedy effort from Invictus. Plant already going down now, just behind Bar. Nobody directing towards side. An attempt? What is happening? A knife for Duck Duck. It's also an attempted defuse. Snecky has to try to play this now in a desperate 1v2. Shot from outside the billiards window, and that's an easy kill now with the LMG at this range. And then you just hide back, the run out, the attempt, the effort to just crawl away while stuck in the reload animation. And Pup will now stick to this defuse in hopes that they're far enough away. Down to 25%, the spray through. Clean as can be. First bullet hits the head, and it is a first round win from Invictus off of the sprint in towards side to get this down.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that the replay op caught none of it, because we almost caught none of it. Like, do we even have a melt for round 1? That was over in
that window
about
on
30
top
seconds.
stairs, or was that main entry?
So it was the window, and then they opened up main through the Monty towards the window closer to default, and then everyone else pushed from bottom fireplace into sight in record time. Either realizing, dude, it went by so quick, I don't even know if there was somebody bar stock to stop it. Because the first kill happens on the window so quickly, and then there's another kill back cross map. The whole thing is a blur. Invictus win it out. Cincinnati can't get any momentum to start this first half. And also credit to Finka. I don't even think she might have used odd charge, but still had 3 in her back pocket and also knew exactly where to shoot when the counter defuse was attempted in the dying seconds. So Invictus set the pace. They're keeping it going from map 1, and Cincinnati have to be reeling now. There's really no other word to describe that.
I think your stock players are no, and they were trying to beat the big window, right? They were trying to go for the early fight, and yeah, they got it, and it was a little ugly, but By the time in which you do so, you're completely out of position and an easy shot through the wall to close things out, because Invictus are really good at relaying information in good time, something that Cincinnati feel like they try to take avenues to avoid, right? I had talked about how it feels like when one player goes down, Cincinnati very quick to send another one in afterwards for an attempted refrag, knowing they'll have limited information. That playstyle, the strengths that I think Cincinnati have for them, is completely failed against Invictus. And Invictus are throwing that back in their face almost even better than they ever could. And it's led to a lot of these early successes from them, and already a first blood for round 2.
For how many more times in this series we're going to get another kill that happens within the first 45 seconds? I think we're 2 for 2 so far this map. We'll just keep it going. Palpatine grabs Pup. Failed Candela goes in, but just hawks all of the rest through Solar. Might give Invictus control. At the same time, Monty goes in. Sen's walls have already gone down. They've got Trophy and Solar control, making the push toward A. Now they've got Kitchen, but don't have the verticals quite yet. There is an answer back. Cheese Boss gets Palpatine, and now can look over toward where the Monty was situated a moment ago, but his position's already been caught. Even if Cincinnati still have vertical control, Highest has been downed, and Clash is not in a position to help him out now. Bandit gets taken off the board quickly. RNO just has to drop and hope that he's got enough coverage from Kaid, who's only on 2 HP. Everyone from Invictus is looking over by Trophy side. Highest will grab a pistol whip. RNO pressured from all sides at the same time, and all the Kaid can do is hope to hold from the hatch now. Nesta with diffuser control. Doesn't even have to try planting on Kitchen. Nitro does nothing. Everything for Cincinnati is spiraling into a worse condition the longer this round goes on, and they didn't even get the main breach, which means there's no other angles for Kaid to look in. He's gonna have to look at the same angle the rest of Invictus are also seeing him from. Monty pressures him, Logger cleans it up. Invictus 2-0 off the fastest rounds you'll ever see.
The Hollow Projector to cut off Trophy, the quick sprint, not even hiding behind it, just letting that initial obfuscation of sightline be valuable just for the approach into Trophy window. Everything else past that, it's the speed, it's the effort from Nesta on the Monty, and the total just stalwart nature that the Monty brings to the table. Cincinnati, you banned out the Blackbeard, you banned out the Blitz, but maybe it should have been a Blackbeard and Monty ban instead. You're giving up the Blitz for speed. There's no winning equation here. The shields are tearing you apart, and maybe this is the reason why we're seeing them go so heavy on the shield bans. Maybe they know this is what Invictus do. Keep in mind, they have faced each other before. Cincinnati lost this Invictus team before on 2 separate maps, both on Nighthaven Labs and on Clubhouse. But this is a completely different set of maps, bar the final map being decider that for Border, but since they have to get there in the first place for that to even be a point of contention. And Invictus, well, they're trying to make sure we get sent to a third possible map, but they're doing so fast, and it's coming away with wins, and it's turning into there will be no third map. It will be a winning screen for Invictus, and Cincinnati will have to, well, cry maybe in the locker room a little bit later at the university and say, well, we'll have to run it back and try again another day.
Just as a reminder, this is not the end of the world if Cincinnati were to lose in 2 maps here, or even in 3. Just have to go into a do-or-die scenario to make it out of this first part of the group stage in Blitz. If Invictus were to win this one, then they're on to the next phase and don't have to worry about that lower bracket matchup, but they're sitting pretty, and for Cincinnati, you'd hope that the mental isn't so chalked that they can't bring themselves back on this one. If nothing else, their operator pick suggests that they're not intending to throw this one away. It's just a matter of positioning and not reacting to Invictus working quickly on the rushes. The Clash has also been out of position both times. Invictus have moved quickly and not been able to be that first line of defense against what Invictus are throwing. So now they won't be able to move this quickly. There are 2 to 3 players outside Snowmobile, and Tubarao is doing a good job of keeping the wall shut. And Clash also making sure that no one's able to push from Boiler nearly as quickly. So the pace is definitely a lot slower in round 3, but once the walls come crashing down, that might not matter.
New confirmation. They in fact did play, Invictus did, last time they faced against Cincinnati, a very fast style. Usually a rush in their rounds where they were on offense, and to make matters worse, at least for this one, they're down a player because Sneki gets disconnected. But they also played either a Blackbeard, a Monty, or a Blitz, or a combination of 3, even at one point all 3, right? This was just what Invictus does. They like the shield ops, and this is why Cincinnati are trying to ban. But I think that is just a CJX release kind of buff for them, maybe. Like, okay, we'll bring out as many shields as possible, but, you know, we can fall back to the normal Siege strat of only using 1 at a time if we're being forced to be target banned. Maybe Cincinnati come back to round 4. A loss in this one or a win, no matter the case. They'll have a ban in front of them, and they can take out the final shield that has been such a nuisance. So this round, got to worry about it, but you do got to worry about that Cali of Nesta. But it's only 3 left thanks to the DC, and now Veronix getting their head ripped off by Pup.
Bandit upstairs. Being tracked momentarily. Logger knows he's got one up top and confirms it. Ian Palpatine might be a push down black stairs if they can get past the Goyo canisters, of which there is still one at the bottom of that staircase if they get there, so someone from Cincy can pop it. And they might have that idea. They'll also force blue pressure, knowing that Breach, they can't really do anything about it, and Nesta might need to take closer range gunfights and can't just watch Breach with the sniper rifle. But there's too many angles for them to look at. Cincinnati have tons of utility to stall for time and still have a nitro cell in the event someone tries planting, but now the Goyo dies. Might not be a huge issue because the canisters were all still placed beforehand, but at 30 seconds to go, it looks like Invictus, they haven't had to play these last couple of seconds so far in this map. They're going to have to make with the time they've got, knowing the Goyo canister is still right there. Clash can pop it whenever, but has to go back to the rotate. Do they know that there's a player in boat? Nitro Cell goes out, doesn't claim the life, but still on the opposite side. Nesta dies. Cheese Boss beats his maker at the bottom of the stairs, and finally, Cincinnati have a round on defense.
A timeout will be rightfully called here, a tech pause, I guess I should specify. Invictus likely would have had a much more successful round. Keep in mind, they were at a player advantage there for a moment despite being at a disparity right off the rip. They were tearing through the Cincinnati defense. The strongest three that were still sustaining that defense were still alive and holding on to that basement side. The snowmobile stairs, a complete logical fallacy. You can't get too much further for it. There's too much potential still with the Vulcan canister online, even when you knock the Goyo off the board. Like you mentioned, they're pre-placed, and there's plenty of chances for the remaining teammates to get that job done in due time. Cincinnati, they didn't have the strongest of words to classify how they felt Invictus plays. To take the direct quote, they play lame. That's the way they classified that. Fast, rush, little bit just the same way. Lame, I guess, is the way that they like to classify that as a team. But no matter the case, a lot of their opening picks were stated as being these runouts, going for big kills on their defense. And for their offense, they were getting opening kills still 4 out of 6 of those rounds against Outlast. And this has not changed at all. And I don't think Cincinnati have correctly plotted the route to success in terms of keeping those on their side and in their own terms. It's still been Invictus majority-wise finding a lot of those successes on these early 30 seconds, 40 seconds that we joked. How many will we see? I think every round, pretty much.
Got Snecky back in lobby. We'll do a round 4 double shield ban. So Cincinnati say, we don't want you using any of them, but they did use Clash every round. And the only time it ever really did anything was the last time, or in round 3, when Invictus take it off the board. Since they've tried a myriad of sites, they haven't gotten top floor, which feels like that could be a counter against the rushes to a certain extent. If Invictus are going to play this fast style, you can go top floor and then not keep on splitting your resources between the top floor defense and then the actual defense on site. You don't have to worry about a roam. Everyone can stay on the same floor and hold cross angles, but they're not doing it. They're saying top floor is not our immediate concern. We're going to give the sites that we lost to these rushes a try. They'll start with games with a library hold, but now knowing that Invictus can't do or can't use shields to force the issue quickly, it might give Invictus just a little bit more pause as they've opted for what looks like, well, not looks like. It's a Ying, a Capitao, combine that with Aurora for cutoffs, an IQ to look at where the gadgetry is, and a Grim to coincide with the distraction utility. Oh man, Invictus. Well, can they claim that one? Are they going to? Or are we going to pause here because it was only like 12 seconds into the round?
That's a pretty damn good question. There's not been any noise in the all chat, so this may be take it on the chin for Cincinnati. Also point out that this is a roster who's had to take in a new player on a pretty short notice. They've only been playing with Arno for about a week, Jacob. So
cool.
It's been hard to fill in. They like their IGL skills when they played in CO quals. Choice Duck said they liked them. But it's been hard to really find Arno in a solid spot. And we saw glimpses of something good on Consulate, but we haven't had the perfect chances yet on Chalet. But that's a pretty good toss and a good frag. It still is a player disadvantage thanks to the DC for Cincinnati.
Well, the Doc's also dead, and now you're not able to hold on to the suicide position in Library. You've lost the Capitao. You've got Smokes and Candelas both in the pocket of the same op, though. So the idea, or the base idea for this take may not have changed. Logger will grab highest. Doc Tolliver might have the flank he needs. Does Duck, can he grab one, if not more? There's the Ying. Suddenly your execute becomes a lot more difficult. because you weren't looking towards Piano, but who would when you're trying to execute at that point? RNO, next man to fall. Now you know Frost is last man up. Logger's got both of them, making 3 kills on the round. And Invictus continue to clean house on Chalet.
It never feels like there's a fight that goes in favor for Cincinnati, even when it's a simple 1v1. With a second player not too far away, Invictus somehow managed to scrape that back. You got a player flicking 60 degrees to try to find a new vertical angle to get the second kill, knowing the way that Cincinnati are going to start to approach them. This Invictus roster has just proven themselves to be as effective of a team as you could possibly ask for, whether it's on a map like Constant where they dominate through the end of the first half and keep just throwing just wrench after wrench at the heads now of Cincinnati, and it's now turned into, well, a mental game for the second map. It feels like, even when you were saying, hey, they were down a player, it's a bit of a problem, we get a good win, let's use this as a momentum point. You have a player DC just shortly after the prep phase and you're already off on a wrong foot going forward. And Duck Duck just made the quote, it's karma at its finest, of Jacob. I pulled the plug. And then your teammate's plug gets pulled afterwards.
Yeah, that's clearly the problem. The one thing I don't want for Cincinnati is to have the only rounds that they win in this game be because someone on the other team DCs. Because you're not putting the effort in to have gotten that kill yourself. It just makes the game easier. But no duh, that's what happens when someone DCs. So, Invictus get 1 back. So you could say both those rounds cancel each other out and we just did the 3-1. But while we get a second for Cheese Boss to get back in the lobby, we'll take a fast break and we'll come right back to see if Cincinnati have any chance of turning this around. Had a couple of disconnects in our last 2 rounds, but it didn't ultimately affect play that much because both teams ended up winning 1 apiece. So it might have been 2-2, but rounds don't cancel each other out that way. So it'll be Invictus and Cincinnati at a 3-1 point. And we're already calling for a rehost again. And I can see why. Unlucky.
10 seconds to go.
Everyone else left the lobby and he is still moonwalking. All right.
Will be CJax.
Indeed. All right. False alarm. We'll come back in a second once we make sure the lobby actually works this time.
task. It occurs, spins, no flurries. The rhythm won't worry. If you fall behind, I'll be humming till you hurry. Top, all the way to bottom of the map, I've seen it all. It can all toss your way, don't get attached. It occurs, spins, no flurries. The rhythm won't worry. If you fall behind, I'll be humming till you hurry. With the horn, be on the dog. Can't take a loss with the boss and the wind with the horn, be on the dog. Can't take a loss with the boss and the wind top, all the way to bottom of the map, I've seen it all. It can all toss your way, don't get attached. With the horn, be on the dog. Can't take a loss with the boss and the wind.
We had a false alarm earlier, and now it looks like everything's actually operating. So, just as a reminder, even though there aren't bans up on the board, Cincinnati have had to deal with, or have opted to take every single shield off the board so far, which means Invictus can't play into any of those. And for Invictus' side, they've gone with a myriad of different options, which did include the Clash after round 4. Mirror Fenrir Clash. So, if you see any of those, then bear in mind someone might go for a protest, but we'll see. So, Invictus and Cincinnati both got one round because some player on the opposite end disconnected, but Cincinnati have only won a round so far because somebody disconnected. And Invictus have set the tone, the pace is theirs, they know how fast they want to play this, and every time they've moved quickly, it's worked. So we'll see if that continues for the last 2 rounds of this half.
The drone game for Invictus has been so clean as well in terms of information gathering. It doesn't feel like much of what Cincinnati is doing has been unknown. There's not been any really big questions. Even in the round where it was a 4v5, which we see a good start to this one. Cheeseboss gets a little aggressive out the master bathroom window and gets a good kill off on that highway. But Invictus have always been able to figure out what's going on typically for Cincinnati. But that is a major gap and an uncharacteristic offense from them that squeaks away a good frag to get rid of the Grim, and the Bees are now no more. And that's something we've seen Invictus make pretty good use of when it comes to the final, about a minute and a half, final 90 seconds truly. And that will be noticeably absent now as we've trekked past the first 60 seconds. Now make it 75. Cincinnati have that player advantage still, and we'll have a big problem for Arno, who's been double flashed and now rushed through by Palpatine, who's the only person to find a kill for Invictus.
So, still 3 defenders upstairs for Cincinnati, plus Pup, who's opted for the roam all the way 2 floors below site. So, Invictus could go 3 for 3 with the players upstairs and then still have to deal with Valkyrie playing downstairs, waiting for the opportunity to strike. I'm not sure Invictus even know if Palpatine has an idea. Is he making the rotate to go look for it? He is. So now it means you can't face 3v3 on site. The attack is at least aware someone is not where they're supposed to be. But with a minute to go, Pup has not put himself into a spot where he can get fragged easily. The rest of Invictus are all top floor, trying to work verticals to get into sight. But Pup might just be the difference maker if they haven't been able to spot him. Drones are close by, but they still haven't quite gotten to him, and now they're trying to get this plant down.
Yeah, Snaggy looks like they'll be able to actually secure this one. Nothing really there to deny. No, last second frag. Unfortunately, just not able to save that if you're Palpatine from the angle you're working from. Piano play as well. Maybe could squeak through just to get behind the shield, but you're worried more so about this T side. And with that bulletproof camera also watching you, Palpatine's 100% known where they are. Crossfire from just behind. Use of the bed frame, and now the chassis of the bomb working against you. You're hiding in the bookshelf, but Pup has an angle. Tucks themselves against the wall by the wardrobe in the corner, connecting to the closet. It's an easy kill for that distance and from that angle. And it is Cincinnati's defense actually managing to hold off. They had all 5. No more coping excuses, Jacob. Cincinnati were able to get the job done in round 5.
Yeah, Pup from downstairs was able to clear the one that he was looking at back through the impact holes, at least from what it looked like from our angle, then walks all the way back up backstairs to make sure that he can secure the last frag. Even after Invictus even the odds again, he were in a 2v2, but because Pup had the flank, was off cams, and didn't have any idea Invictus were just were practically lost at the very, very end. Well, had a chance to win, especially considering Pup was back by master bedroom, or he was behind the bed frame. Still not able to get that last frag. So it works beautifully. Invictus did not move as quickly as they did every other time they've won on this attack. And if they're able to close out with a 4-2, given the meta split to being slightly defender favored right now, Invictus, you could argue they've done the bare minimum, but if they're able to eke out one more and only be 3 rounds away from closing this series, then that would be Cincinnati in pretty dire straits in half number 2.
Keep in mind, this is a team that's wanted to use shields consistently, and that's been taken away from them. You don't see it at the top right. We'll mention it again. All 3 shield ops in the offense have been taken out. Now, you do have other options, but it's not what you're really looking for overall. They're aware of that one. They're going to go ahead and bring out the Ying once again, something that Cincinnati knew was going to be in the back pocket. It's something they had highlighted prior and how heavily it was brought in the Invictus prior series, as well as in the game they had just before that for Invictus. Ying has been something always in that back pocket for availability. But the drone game again that I mentioned at the start of last round. Palpatine is fully cleared out. No one on mezzanine as of right now, though good late visual now to RNL. You know, no one's in library. Could conceivably have an approach here to take through this window hop. But you want to make sure you have some sort of pressure on that mezzanine fireplace hold. That's why you've now broken that fireplace main door. And you're trying to get that big window clearance as well, as there is a player approaching. Highest wants the kill, and you know it's happening, and you still are incapable of shutting that down. You're only hoping for a refrag, and you barely get that from Nesta.
Pup will back away, but at what cost? Leaves so much utility, especially on this roam and on site, free and open for Invictus to go take if they want to be aggro about it. And they've demonstrated they want to be. Nesta with the Bailiff at close range will grab a zombie, or at the wrong time, the Malusi rather. And now Legion's been droned from 2 different angles. We'll have to nullify the util and then work back to site. Pup will retain upstairs control momentarily. Red pings will have Invictus's positions in piano revealed for only a moment. He continues to work back. Invictus are just closing. Pings in piano, they take that. Now back to bathroom. They know someone's upstairs. And even just clearing bathroom to solar is good before you actually do this take. Candela misses, but so does the Ying. At the end, everyone's trying to converge, and finally they do. And now Doug Tolliver downstairs. Maybe one pick, but he's given his position away. Can only go through so many rotates before the hatch also gets destroyed. So he has to stick in here. 50 seconds left. 4 kills only defined. Can't even get one. Palpatine's got his number. And a 4-2 half for Invictus is now locked in.
Oh, the versatility for this Invictus offense. Now they'll have to worry about how the defense will pan out. First round of defense we saw on our prior map of Consulate. Cincinnati flawlessly usurped Invictus's control over that top floor. That every round past that never had a dominant position at the start. Even when the split came through and Cincinnati did inevitably get themselves their second round win and played solid in for a recovery after the Invictus rushed through to kind of throw a wrench in things very quickly. That was the only time we saw things ever throw back in the favor for Cincinnati on the opposing end. I have to hope that things work a little bit differently for this second half in comparison to the second half of our first map. And I think so much of this is going to come off of Cincinnati, letting the shield user go a little bit crazy. Give it back, honestly, in my opinion, to Duck Duck. Give them the blitz and let it kind of reign supreme here. But if you have to go a little bit away from the shields and you're worried about the way Invictus play this, I think you could do the job plenty fine with just enough route and clear to get the job done and let the Deimos actually function, unlike it did on Consulate. It was terrible when we saw it get brought down Consulate, really for both teams.
Invictus had a really good close in this last half. It feels like Cincinnati were able to rely on getting the opening pick a lot in the first half, but Invictus were not only able to trade it, not soon after it happened, they were able to swing it back in their favor not very long after that first frag occurred. So honestly, I'm cool with the Azami ban for Cincinnati. It continues to be the single most banned op on this map overall. I do agree with you though. It feels like you could have hard committed to shields, but you didn't. You could have hard committed to only intel or execute utility, but you didn't. And you take the Grim off even when it feels like, you know, there's still Blitz Monty, there's still Deimos, there's still Ying, and all of them have higher ban percentages than Grim overall. But the second half might just be a little bit of an experiment to see whether Cincinnati can get anything working first, and then they can still use that third ban to get a little bit more selective with how this defense needs to be dismantled.
Change-up has been made for Cincinnati after figuring out maybe the inner workings of the Invictus defense and their current setup through that prep phase. Captel being on the board for RNL, and Pop has moved over to the Nomad, and the air jabs will be there to force players out and maybe keep the run out that Invictus are kind of known for at this point. 4 out of 6 of their defensive rounds in their series, not against Cincinnati, but the one prior for Invictus, came off the back of first bloods from either a run out on their defensive side or a first blood with an immediate rotate out. Invictus are very proud of their ability to get a 1 and go untraded. They try to go for something sneaky there on Snecky with a Nitrocell toss one down below. No one's at the other end of that one, and Cincinnati will survive that toss-up and will keep 60 seconds clean and still having all 5 of both teams remaining.
Not too much disruption up top. Definitely knowing there's an MP7 playing upstairs. Also knowing you can't push it without potentially running right into fear gas as soon as you do. Cincinnati will continue to play mezzanine and balcony,
Dread mine on.
relying on drone work. Carry them through and see if they can isolate the Fenrir, who right now does have crossfires from top library, but the smoke will make that more difficult. Might still be able to get away with one. Highest cross map will get one. Logger and Snecky are both good for 2, though. And Nesta's still up here, but Logger is down in the midst of that. But Nesta still not dealt with up top. Might be able to get another one. So now Cincinnati, at this point, do you continue to work on this top floor even though you haven't cleared the Fenrir, or do you hit site sooner than later?
Maybe you know something if your Papa player's just around that corner, hiding behind the shelf. Nesta does not need to move from here. Can have teammates work to assist them, and you have players playing in parallel, and that's what Pop was trying to go for, but they fall the wayside. It's RNO now, but the only refrag you could hope for, and a 1v3 quickly made to a 1v2. And you'll use your Gone 6 to clear out that bulletproof camera. The question will be Logger's low. But Snecky is full HP, and RNO's just as low as Logger, maybe a little bit more. You'll need to play a perfect play in for the 1-2, and you're already taking damage from the hatch player just up above. But you are Capital. Asphyxiation bolts at the ready. Drop in a smoke. Here could be really viable, Jacob, when it comes to the fire bolts. Maybe use it to flush out a corner. This is soft. Go for something or more. Just around the head. Just centimeters away. The second bolt and the cross, and it's an easy kill. The audio cue alone would tell you everything you need to know, but that does not go exactly where it needed to. They've already dropped below on the first floor behind bar as they rotated from that corner, and you'll see those feet scrambling across over to the top of Blue Stair.
Had to have collapsed on that Fenrir so much faster. That's ultimately the catalyst. He stays upstairs, finds a frag by himself as well, but Cincinnati can't clear him. Not sure if they have full top clearance to a point where they can then move on to library and try to attack games a little bit more reliably. Instead, more vertical play. Tried to move in from the window, but even that wasn't doing very much. The only thing that worked from that window play was RNO getting kills from it and then rotating off somewhere else. So Cincinnati not able to put a round together still. And they only won. I mean, the amount of attacks that they won on console was enough to make us think they had a chance of bringing that back. It's also much harder to win attacks on console, but on Chalet, it needs to be the standard. It has to be the default. But while Invictus work over the second first floor bomb site, Cincinnati need the winning combo. They've got shields if they need to play back behind it. They need a Fenrir counter, so they're showing Bravo, which is probably the way they're going to go with it. And they've got intel, they've got hard breach, they have a good mix of everything. But there have been rounds where both teams have been willing to take engagements within the first 30 seconds, so you have to hope that you don't lose the wrong operator, especially if they're having to play outside the windows like this.
They're going to look at how Invictus like to play their defense, and see where the problems could come in after the fact. RNO cooked up something enough here for Cincinnati to lead this team in on a good charge. Got a team full of leaders for Cincinnati, but it's a bigger question of who's filling those shoes the most right now, and I don't think we saw enough of it on map 1. Not through enough in the first half here for map 2 either. Chalet is still up in the air. 3-round disparaging difference. Away on the shoulders of Cincinnati, and there's no more coping that they can get a round win or a loss off of only having 4. And a lucky DC or an unlucky one back the other way. Our team will hold the top of Mezzanine with a good crossfire, solid scope at this range. And you have Logger not too far away to maybe take a swing through that door in office and maybe hope for a good kill if they have to have a crossfire in the close angle past that. You also are worried about that library hold, and you no longer can really cross that safely. There's a Mark 14 EBR in highest hand watching this door frame, and now you got to fight back, but it's Logger getting that first blood, knocking Cheese Boss off the board, and eventually something has to break for Cincinnati, and it's the Skull of Highest who loses out there when an MP5 can just fire more.
Doc feels like he can take this fight now. He absolutely gives it his best shot, but he gets completely removed. But RNO now, the rest of his team has also been removed. Invictus, match point before Cincinnati had any real control. Even if they had Library for a second, they lose it near instantly. Now a match point on deck. Invictus was here before in map number 1, and all they did was hold firm because Cincinnati still do not have answers with this team.
We'll head up to the second floor. Master bedroom and office in Cincinnati had too many problems already on Library's side. They try to evolve this in any capacity to try to take more so towards Solarium, or if they want to more towards that trophy side and go for. We saw a Hollow Sins approach to get full control there. Use it as a way to clear trophy, get the first floor, work from below, get something to clear out Master Bedroom more specifically, and maybe flush those players out that are a little bit more of a nuisance in office. And in doing so, you'll create plenty of sightlines for the roam game that Invictus have been able to set up quite well, and that's even if you can survive those first 30 to 40 seconds here, Jacob, which have been kind of the proving ground for Invictus as a roster. Nitrosil tossed from below in an attempt outside, runouts all between unconsulates, as well as their prior series, if anything to say, 4 to 6 of those rounds getting a first blood in the first 30 to 40 seconds. Invictus know how to drive a point home, and a lot of that comes at the success of their gunners and the ego players. Those ego players have been eating good in the start since just the rehost, Jacob. Stats don't carry over, so the stats you're seeing here are just the final few rounds we've had. And Palpatine and Snecky are the two that I said are ego players. Yes, Snecky's a little bit behind, but the value they've had is too much to tally. And Nesta has been stepping up to the plate and swinging a home run now with 7 to their name.
Cincinnati will opt for solar control to start with. They didn't have as difficult a time getting piano control, it's just that they lost it really quickly in the last round. They may go for it again. It looks like at least the Nomad is over on that side to give them some additional support. Deimos is also over here on solar. Are you really even going to try to pressure from a different angle? I'm not sure yet, especially considering so long as they take trophy, they can take solar and then push over from master side. But they don't even have hard breach to try and take mezzanine control right now. Everyone feels like it's a lot more of a telegraphed push than you would want it to be for a site that needs to be hit from multiple sides at the same time for maximum effectiveness. Palpatine runs out main, takes down highest, and Cheese Boss is also down. Deimos can't even find him on the refrag either. And you lose your Selmas. Invictus are 2 kills away from locking this series in, but Pup's got something to say about it, and since he still have a minute and a half to work with.
Cincinnati's entire game plan was to shut down the initial runouts in the first fraction of Invictus, but they aren't anticipating it to be just past the first 45. It doesn't matter if it's a first blood, it's 3 minutes into a round, it just matters that it's the first blood. And Invictus will wait as long as possible to get that job done, as now Pup is alone, and the GGs have already been called in the all chat by the Invictus roster. A shot sing out in every direction, a run out here from Nesta, rush around the corner from Snecky, maybe something from Pup as it's 3 to their name. It required an ace from them though to get that job done, as the bulletproof camera is melee to close off its sight line. It's one on Soleum stairs, one just around the bend here in master bedroom. A flash is tossed to try to zone them out. A drone is tossed to let the team watch their flank, and Pup is trying to pull off a miracle, exiting into the final 43 seconds here. Palpatine just around that corner, and you still have that Solarium staircase to worry about.
Not too much time left. Nomad just has to start taking the fights. Didn't work off the flash when you had it. Now you've got no intel left. Takes Palpatine down to 1 HP, but he can just stim himself back up, so the effort's all for naught. Does he have the angle? They now both are practically lined up, but between some impenetrable defenses here. Might work himself into a pinch if he's not careful. And around the opposite side, Veronix has the frag. Palpatine helps push the Empire forward, and they get a 2-0 victory over Cincinnati Red to get themselves out of the first GSL.
This is a unreal roster already. They had a really rough start in Qualifier 1 in terms of their overall play. They weren't playing as maybe what you'd expect out of this roster, but since then it feels like they have been pretty much unstoppable, and a lot of that's going to come off of just, honestly, I feel like the map phase. It doesn't feel like they have a weak map looking at the way that they played throughout this qual and the matches that they've had, the last 3 more specifically. Border, yes, was a problem. Clubs map, any team should be able to play, but taking a team as talented as Cincinnati to overtime. And even Nighthaven Labs, a map that a lot of teams don't like to play, and even if you do, sometimes it's not a perfect engagement because it feels like the strategies are so similar across rosters. The Max OT against a team that has kind of made that their specialty in the collegiate space, against real teams like Akron, who played in Tier 2. He's like Fisher, who beat them in the Play 5 finals and even taken out Akron before. There are so many ways to throw this out for Invictus and how solid they've been performing. And the way that they were able to just essentially manhandle Cincinnati in this series proves that it was never going to be just a, hey, they play lame. It was always going to be, you just got to play better. And Invictus proved that here.
Invictus now moving on to a stage that's going to include teams like Turtle Tactics, Card & Co., Core Academy, the Unks. They've now put themselves into a much higher quality of competition as we move from the first GSL into the second. For Cincinnati, their journey is not entirely over. They do still have to work through one more matchup in order to get to the same spots that Invictus themselves have already claimed. But the way that they've gotten there so far has definitely left a lot to be desired. For Invictus, good way to get out with a good 2-0 victory, but for Cincinnati, I mean, you're hoping that the winner between Outlast Black and LFS just has an off day at that point, because you win a combined 4 to 5 rounds over a series where you should have done considerably better, and then you have to go against either a team with, remember, LFS's Turbo, Wimpy, Milano, Gav. There are some guys on there who have been in the T2 scene for a long time, even if it's been a hot minute, or a team like Outlast Black, who just had their own trudging through the finale and almost managed to get a good playoff run going. So you might be going into that winner's match with a bit of an advantage, but still, it's going to be a tough hill to climb.
This is going to be, I think, a very good setup. I think Blitz is in a solid hand right now in terms of contention for teams and for players. And I'm going to be really looking forward to this one, especially you talk about the match we have coming up tomorrow, more on Monday. Do we reschedule games to Tuesday and Wednesday as well to try to like readjust time schedules? Yeah. There's a lot of Siege coming up in front of you. Sorry, there's a lot of Siege X coming up in front of us. A lot of new band phases here, Jacob. I'm looking forward to it a lot.
Well, that's all for us on the day. We are all wrapped up. Both of those winner bracket games have already been concluded. So coming up, the next time you see Blitz are both of those lower bracket matchups to then determine who the losers of those matchups in both Mouse 1 and Cincinnati Red are meant to be facing off. And again, the journeys for no team have ended so far in Blitz. Everyone is still here. No one's been knocked out. So if you want to jump into that second stage, then have the opportunity to face even tougher competition, all you have to do is survive for the next couple of days. If they're able to do that, great. If not, then we'll just see Card & Co. and Turtle Tactics run the gauntlet like we know they're probably going to. That's all for us for the night. Thanks a lot for joining us. Thank you, Scott, for jumping on cast with me. It was a lot of fun to do this one. And yeah, we'll see you again when the Blitz next comes online. Talk to you then.